Gina. Bill.
And
Katie!
there we go.
Hey!
I did it.
Yes. Hi,
And,
Katie.
and Tom in Linden. We don't have a little drop for Tom.
Linden?
Tom in Linden.
Lindon?
Yes.
Lindon.
But he is
Tom
here
Linden.
also.
He's here in spirit.
On this day.
Okay, why?
In 2015. Now, Uptown Funk came out in end of 2014, but by this time in 2015,
Oh, I remember it well.
Yeah, it was breaking all kinds of
Yeah.
sales records and things. And
See if you can find a song, Katie. Oops Upside Your Head by the Gap Band.
Katie's not going to.
I don't think
We
she'll be
shouldn't
able
ask her to.
She might be able to find it.
Hold, please. Wait,
Okay.
what was it?
Oops Upside Your Head by the Gap Band.
Mark Ronson. So that's obviously it's Bruno Mars on that, but it's a Mark Ronson song.
He
And-
produces a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and I loved it. The Grammys. You didn't watch the Grammys, did you?
I did not.
So at the beginning of the Grammys,
It's my tradition to
I
never
know.
watch the Grammys.
at the beginning of the Grammys, Trevor Noah was just who did a great job hosting, by the way. Was just kind of working the crowd, walking around, and he said, "Oh my gosh, Meryl Streep is running in late." And you're saying, why is Meryl Streep at the Grammys?
Why
And-
was Meryl Streep?
And she's running in like, oh, Meryl Streep. Oh, and she's like,
She's
oh,
running in, and I'm saying, why is Meryl Streep at the Grammys?
because she was presenting with Mark Ronson. Now, why is she presenting with Mark Ronson?
I'm asking myself that. I'm asking, why is Meryl Streep presenting with
He's married to her daughter, Grace. Grace
Gummer?
Gummer.
Ms. Gummer, yeah. Oh, okay. So the Uptown Funk was the subject of several lawsuits over copyright infringements. In 2015, similarities with Oops Upside Your Head by the Gap Band led them.
Uptown Funk you up.
Yeah, I can hear that. And let's see, a bunch of others. A rap group claimed it infringed their single "Funk You Up" and sued a year later. None of these lawsuits, by the way, interestingly enough, have gone anywhere.
Really? Because that one I could hear it.
Yeah.
Well, so basically, the people have said it's influenced by a bunch of stuff. It's Quincy Jones and on and on. But nobody was successful suing Mark Ronson for that.
I mean, I think it's a great song. I think it's very well made. And,
Very well produced.
Yeah.
I like, and then it talks about the influences of that song, Uptown Funk, and you can sort of see how they're talking about "Get Lucky" by
Pharrell.
Daft Punk.
Or Daft Punk.
Daft Punk, "Get Lucky." Just I like to get lucky. It just has
A
that same
similar
kind of feel.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So,
Mark Ronson, I don't know what he's doing these days.
oh, he's producing all over the place.
I was asking myself, what's Mark Ronson doing
Well,
these
ask
days?
Meryl Streep. She probably knows. There were some other on this days that were kind of funny. In 2013, Chubby Checker launched a $500,000 lawsuit against Hewlett Packard.
Chubby Checker, not his real name.
But I think not his real name, but I think he owns the name. Hewlett Packard for including an app on its phones and tablets that was not only named after the 71-year-old musician.
They called the app the Chubby Checker?
Yes. What? Just maybe take a guess on what you think the app Chubby Checker might do.
You could compare grocery prices.
Why would Chubby be upset
I
about
don't-
that? No. It was an app that measured a man's manhood based on his shoe size.
Why would Chubby be upset about that?
Chubby Checker was upset
It's
about
a Chubby Checker.
Why would you need an app for that?
Yeah.
I don't, Katie will just do the checking personally.
Oh, no.
No, you just if you're a size 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Go back to Mark Ronson.
Yeah.
He was born into the Ronson family, formerly one of Britain's wealthiest families, and founders of Heron International. Following successes in the 1980s, they lost $1 billion worth of their wealth in property crash in the early 1990s.
$1 billion.
So they went from being incredibly wealthy to having very little.
Mark, you better get out there and make some music.
Yeah.
Here's another on this day that I thought was amusing. In 1991, on this day, Rod Stewart, his ex-girlfriend, Kelly Emberg, filed a $25 million palimony suit in Los Angeles. The couple lived together from 1985 to 1990. Stewart later said, quote, "Instead of getting married again, I'm just going to find a woman I don't like and give her a house."
Mark Ronson, again, he produced the Barbie the album, the
Yep.
soundtrack of the film for Barbie.
Yep.
He's working
Yeah.
working good.
He's trying to get that money back.
Yeah, don't worry about Mark. He's
He
fine.
was voted the most stylish man in the UK by
Wow.
GQ magazine.
I thought you were voted that, Bill.
No, not in Britain. It's here.
It's here.
Yeah,
Oh,
in
that's
the American GQ.
right. Most stylish.
I'm most stylish. They don't say it's a good style. They just say it's stylish.
Well, he has a style.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I really sort of do.
I thought about it this morning when I was getting dressed in my uniform, my work uniform, which is my jeans and black T-shirt, wondering if I should probably maybe change it up a bit. I won't, but
Just thinking about it.
it's so nice having.
No, I think it's I forget who it was, some famous scientist, I think it was, or something. I remember hearing somebody said, if you look in my closet, you see what I'm wearing, you will see identical outfits hanging in my closet. Every single, I don't have, because I don't want to have to think about that. I don't.
It makes
I've
it a
got
lot easier.
I've got other crap on my mind, you know. I just pick a clean set out and put it on.
I think people would be worried if you changed up your outfit, Gina.
I mean, I lay out my clothes the night before because I don't want to turn on lights and wake up my husband when I'm trying
That's
to get.
exactly what I
Yeah.
do.
But if you look in my closet, like Bill said, it is just short sleeve and black sleeve, long sleeve T-shirts
Yep.
and jeans, and I just pick one and lay it out in the bathroom, and it's ready to go. It's easy.
I always wear utility pants and a polo shirt. That's a utility pants of some sort. I've gotten very fond of those, you know, with zippered pockets.
Do you use the zippered pockets?
Yeah, I have a. So this pair, just the front pockets, the main pockets are not zippered, but the back pockets are zippered, and then there's a little zippered side pocket down on the
I have
leg.
a pair of cargo pants like that.
Well, but I bought two pair that all the pockets zip. At the big, and I don't like it.
That's a lot.
I don't like the big pockets in the front zipping up because it's just.
I found leggings with front pockets and zipper pockets on the back.
Ah,
Costco, guys.
nice.
Costco.
Well, we're going to have to take a break here.
Yes.
Is it about time to do that?
Yes.
We'll take a break, and then we'll come back, and we'll go to your check-ins if you want to do them. You can ask where Carrie is. We won't tell you. No, we'll tell you. We'll tell you if you want to check in.
Sure.
877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in with us. You know what you can also do? You can text us a little
Sure.
message of some sort. The text number is 33986. Remember, charges may apply.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehigh, who is suffering from Ponfar. Ah, Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mates and find man who killed parents. Settle down and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehigh. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehi here is Spock. I mean, they mind melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Ponfar.
Ponfar? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snellgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jinsen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehi Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion, and we're way out of our sector. My zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehi for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another?
Katie really wants to get this over with.
Yeah, what can I say?
Let's get it over with.
It's
shall we?
intimidating back here.
Katie is running the board today, and so, but it'll go smoothly.
Of course it will.
I mean, I did run it for almost 3 years.
Yeah. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd like to hear you. You know, we'd like to hear from you. But if you don't want to call, to hell with you.
No, you can text if you really. Maybe you can't call. Maybe you don't. Maybe your house is asleep and you don't want to wake people up.
There you go, Gina. Once again, you call it deflecting. I call it taking the fun out of everything.
You can text us if that's the case. 33986.
Sponsor?
Big O Tires, locally owned and operated in Utah now through February 19th. Get up to $160 off select sets of tires after mail-in rebate. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
The moon is a waxing crescent moon, 38.5% of full. It will rise today at 10:27 a.m., today being Thursday. It's the 15th day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2024. It's International Angelman Day.
What?
Angelman Day. Now, let me explain.
Okay.
Angelman syndrome is a rare disorder occurring in 1 out of 15,000 babies, boys and girls. They're called puppet children. The name originated with English pediatrician Harry Angelman, who first described these symptoms, including severe development delay, a puppet-like gait, and deformations of the face, and frequent laughter. They're apparently very docile, happy children, and they're called puppet children. And
Never heard of this.
I have never heard of it either, but boy, it's very interesting. I'll look into it a little more.
Yeah.
But it's called Angelman syndrome. World Hippo Day, self-explanatory.
Okay.
I love hippos.
I
Just
do
kidding. They're
too.
horrifying.
National Flag of Canada Day. It's National Gumdrop Day. Does anybody gumdrops anymore?
My husband the other day, funny enough, was craving like the spiced gumdrops.
Oh, with like the tahine on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't had
those.
those.
Are good.
Uh-huh.
Those are really good.
Where do you get them?
Oh, you ordered
There's
them? Yeah.
I don't know if they're gummy bears, but there are tahine covered something in the
In that?
yeah, in the cantina.
Oh, I'll have to check that out. And it's also National I Want Butterscotch Day.
I have Butterscotch schnapps at home. That's the only butterscotch.
That's hard to say,
I have.
butterscotch schnapps.
It's very hard.
Butterscotch schnapps. And we are here to funk you up. We are the Radio from Hell show, starring the lords of morning radio. Kerry Jackson, who
I
is
don't have
not
a
here
hat.
right now. I'm Handsome Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi over there. Katie for short is our producer, and she's running the board today and participating in the show. And Dawson is here today.
Yeah.
And Macy is here, and the dog.
Yep.
Vax is here today.
Moral support
All
right
right.
there.
So, shall we get it over with here?
Yeah, let's see. We got Kira checking in. We have Johnny B checking in. Hector's crew is coming back to my place to do more sheetrock today. Of course, Hector's crew's on that.
Line one. Let's go to line one.
Got Ranger Kate.
Ranger Kate is on the phone. Hi, Kate. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm good. How are you?
Fine. I had a story for you in the news today. I don't know if I
what's
can
that?
find it. Well, you go ahead and start talking and tell us what you were going to say, and then I'll look for it.
Got it. Well, I was just checking in because I'm about to head off to yet another national park this weekend for the holiday, one of my favorites. I'm going back to Death Valley with my daughter to see a rare phenomenon that's going on there right now.
There's a lake there, right?
There's a lake.
Yeah, there's a lake at Death Valley.
Badwater Basin, which is the lowest point in the U.S., 282 feet below sea level. It's like the driest place on the planet.
Yeah.
Is under like inches of water right now
Yeah.
because of that Hurricane Hillary last summer and then the atmospheric river like last week and the week before. I was like, oh, I hope I get to see it. I hope I get to see it. And then they had all that rain last week, and I'm like, yes, I get to see
no,
it.
it's happened before, but it's very rare, right?
Very rare, yes.
So here's the story I thought of you this morning. A Seattle couple who stepped foot on all 63 national parks across America and even survived a plane crash doing it, gave their takes on which other worldly parks they enjoyed and recommended for tourists. I'm trying to say, so they went to all 63, and let's see, which...
How many have you been to, Kate?
Oh, like 26, 27. Pretty much most of them west of the Mississippi, except like the Alaska parks and the Hawaii parks.
Here's what they said,
and
Kate.
Sequoia and Kings Canyon.
Here's what they said. Olympic National Park, the most diverse park.
Yes,
California's famed Death Valley National Park, where you are headed, listed as the most otherworldly park.
Yep.
Montana's Glacier Park and Washington State's Mount Rainier Park were both given accolades for the most epic hiking trails. Grand Canyon, the most awe-inspiring. The Badlands in South Dakota was also the most undeterred, whatever that means. They have put together a video. Their final award went to Grand Teton National Park, named as the best of everything.
Been to all of those. Love them all.
Yep,
They're fabulous.
I haven't been to the South Dakota. I haven't been to the Badlands, but I've been to the rest.
Have you been to South Dakota at all?
No, no. No, I
Oh,
don't think so.
go. It is so much fun. I didn't think I was going to like it at all, and I was blown away by how much I loved South Dakota.
No, it's just south of North Dakota. Is that correct?
Yes, just barely,
Okay.
just across the border.
All right. Kate, thanks for checking in with us.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
See ya. And then let's see, we've got on line 2.
Looks like it's Perry City listener.
Perry City listener in Perry, I would assume.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. What's up?
I was checking in. This is going to be the last time I'm going to check in for a while, so I was wondering if I could get an excuse for my absence.
Where are you going?
We're taking a road trip to Disneyland.
Oh, okay.
Fun.
Now, who do we need to write an excuse for you for someone, or you just need to
excused from the Radio from Hell show?
Radio from Hell show.
Excuse from you guys. I just got to make sure it's okay.
Well, no, I'm sorry, we can't do that. we can't do that because it is. You can still listen on your road trip to California and to Disneyland.
It's true. There's an
I will
X96
listen,
app.
but I won't be able to check in.
Okay.
Family doesn't want to get up that early.
That's okay. You're on vacation. You should sleep.
You listen. You can go into the bathroom of that cheap motel you're staying in and call us in the morning. You can do that.
I'll do my best.
Okay. Have a good time.
Thanks for checking in. Have fun.
Enjoy.
Thanks, guys.
We've got a text from Grouchy Todd from Eagle Mountain checking in on my way home from my night shift, which is part of the cleaning crew for J.R. Tallywhacker.
Oh, man.
Clementine the Cat and Louise checking in from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Let's see. Check in from FLP Holly in West Jordan. Gina, you're still looking great. Thanks. My mom's been watching, by the way.
She said that. You're still looking great. You didn't read it quite. So there's a note of surprise in her voice, I think.
But my mom said, I noticed you're wearing lipstick. She was happy that I was wearing lipstick.
Did you do that because you knew your mother was watching?
Yes, because she pays attention to that kind of thing. Bill always...
Mary Claire?
Yeah.
I'm wearing lipstick, too.
Don't you look great?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Bill, always make ours a double and have a smoke. Katie, thank you for embracing the Scared to Death podcast. Oh.
I listened to that. It is not
Okay.
mine, but I am spreading all things spooky with my personal podcast, Horror, Cats, and Witch Hats.
Oh, okay.
That you can find anywhere.
Now, what is the Scared to Death podcast?
It's just another one of those horror podcasts that's just around.
Is it
that one
local people or
no, that one's not local.
Okay.
But I have not local guests, but I have had other podcast guests on my personal podcast from other horror genre podcasts, which is cool. Gina, you'd like it. It's called the Wine and Crime Podcast.
I like both of those
They
things.
pair wine with certain crimes.
Oh, I thought you meant WHINE.
Wine.
No, well, there's a lot of that with crimes too. So
Logan the Welder checking in case anyone gives a crap. I believe the Garage Grill in Harriman has the strongest drinks in town. This is important information to have.
The Garage Grill in Harriman.
Yeah.
maybe only being rivaled by the El Chihuahua's Ducky Death Star, which is... You've never had a Ducky Death Star? Well, they're dangerous. You have to order them with food, and they come in a fishbowl, and you get a rubber duck, and they are one of the most alcoholic drinks that you can get in Utah.
And they're gigantic.
They're huge. Like...
What?
Yeah.
I don't...
El Chihuahua. Off
Have you
Highland
been to-
Drive.
Yeah, have you been to El Chihuahua? It's
No.
been there forever.
No.
Yeah, it has.
I do my drinking at home these days.
Well, this one you get a rubber duck in, so
Okay, well, I'll just buy a bottle of bourbon and a rubber duck.
there you go.
All right.
Is that all the time we have?
I think so.
Okay.
Traffic?
Yes, let me refresh this. We have crash northbound I-15 at the 123rd South on-ramp in Draper. It's affecting the right lane of traffic there. That's the only thing UDOT's reporting. There might be some wet roads out there in some places this morning. Saw a little bit of that on my commute into work, but it doesn't seem to be causing a lot of problems. If something's causing you problems, I mean anything, you can text us about it, 33986. Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu, now accepting enrollment for spring semester.
All right, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back. We will have news, and we will also have, in the same break, Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, in which a person calling will have to select the dead celebrity on a list and couldn't win a prize. What's the prize?
We have tickets to see Bill Burr Saturday, February 24th at the Delta Center.
All right, if you want to line up now for that, it'll be a few minutes before we play the game, but you can line up now if you'd like, and we'll be back.
After this and a song.
Ever wish your...
So, my Aunt Nan turned 80.
Yeah.
And for her 80th birthday, she wanted to do a big trip. And part of that trip was Italy, which I joined her on, which we've talked about. Previous to that, she wanted to go to Ireland, which my mom and my sister went with her on that portion of the trip. And part of the reason she likes to go to Ireland, we all like to go to Ireland, is she did family history research and discovered a picture of that, matching satin jackets. But the weirdest part of this, and they were taking pictures with my mom and my aunt and my sister, and oh my gosh, I can't believe...
You look just like her.
One of them said, would you let me cut your finger and I'll cut my finger?
No.
And we can be blood.
No.
She was serious.
Well, that's what they did back in the day.
Then I can have... This is how
Peter Gabriel. I can really speak today, you guys. It is
butterscotch schnapps.
Yeah, exactly.
Butterscotch schnapps. That should be your
my mouth warm up.
Your warm up exercise.
Dave's burning up.
6:36. Let's get into some news.
All right.
Hunt Utah's biggest bucks and bulls for just $5. Come to the Western Hunting and Conservation Expo in Salt Lake City, February 15th through the 18th. Get details and apply for Utah's $5 hunting permits at huntexpo.com.
Well, Barney, the purple dinosaur, has shared his first public message in 14 years. Here's what he said. Rehab sucks. No, he didn't say that.
No.
That was funny. Come on.
I mean,
This is my childhood, Bill.
He's been gone. He's back. I get it. Okay. I'm sorry. I was expecting.
Katie looks blank, and you go, no.
What was the Triceratops' name? I always liked her.
Wait a minute. Come on. That was funny.
Now that I think about it.
Rehab sucks.
Yeah.
You sound pretty close to him.
I know. No, what he said was, great big hug and a kiss for me to you.
That's really awesome.
Is he coming back? Or is it,
I don't know.
Oh.
I can't imagine, but
hi, it's me, Barney. I haven't seen some of you in a long time, but so check me out on TikTok and Instagram. See, he's become a social media whore.
Okay.
That's what he's.
Great.
That's what Barney's doing. I don't remember the name of the little Triceratops either.
Oh well.
Let's see. And John Cleese is speaking up. You know, we had a story yesterday or the day before that Eric Idle he just went off on the other pythons.
It ruined his life.
Yeah, they said I'm broke. Everything has been mismanaged. Idle made headlines for saying he still has to work for a living because the python funds were mismanaged. Well, John Cleese, and by the way, their funds are managed by Terry Gilliam's daughter, Holly Gilliam,
who apparently is not good at it.
Well,
it's Baby Bop, by the way.
Baby Bop.
Thank you.
John. She's in rehab too. John Cleese took to Twitter to defend Holly Gilliam.
Oh.
I have worked with Holly for the last 10 years, and I find her very efficient, clear-minded, and hardworking, and pleasant to have dealings with. Michael Palin has asked me to make it clear that he shares this opinion. Terry Gilliam is also in agreement with this.
Oh, okay.
So Eric Idle, I don't know.
So Eric's on the outs from everybody.
Yeah, now apparently John Cleese didn't attack Eric Idle. He just said,
I'm standing with these other guys.
I'm standing with them. The Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade turned into chaos. Shots rang out just as the team was leaving the stage at the Union Station in Kansas City. That's when shots rang out, striking at least 22 victims, killing one person who was apparently a beloved and well-known DJ in Kansas City, a young woman. The Chiefs became the first back-to-back Super Bowl champs, of course, in nearly 2 decades, and they were having a great celebration. They let out school in Kansas City. Everybody was excited. Fans were waiting patiently for the parade to kick off. On the sidelines, fans made friendship bracelets to pass the time. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Chiefs said to Taylor Swift, it might be better if you didn't come to this parade.
Let this be about
because, and I think she said, "Oh, I understand. The focus should be on the team." But they shortly after the team wrapped up on stage, the crowd was seen quickly dispersing and then running. Chaos filled the arena. People were jumping barricades, running away as police and military members headed into the center. People were running out. Officers seen with their weapons drawn, asking attendees to get down and take cover. Apparently, some people in the crowd managed to subdue.
Yeah, there's video of it.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, they tackled.
Yeah,
it's pretty impressive.
One of the people was tackled. Somebody else grabbed a gun that had fallen out. Now they don't know exactly. They say they have 2 armed suspects in custody. They're investigating. They think it might be. This was not some disgruntled. This was some drug deal gone wrong in the crowd. And what a great place to do it,
Classic.
And members of the Kansas City Chiefs were reacting to the shooting. Patrick Mahomes said, our prayers are with the people who were injured. I'm praying for Kansas City. Travis Kelce said, I'm heartbroken over the tragedy. Not one of them mentions guns. And that pisses me off. Prayers, tragedy, let's pray for everybody. Not one of them says, when are we going to do something about guns in this country? Huh? When are we going to do something about it? Makes me mad. Yep. All right. State School Board, the Utah Board of Education voted Wednesday night to formally censure fellow member Natalie Klein, and they asked for her to resign.
But she refuses.
The vote was unanimous, except for Klein herself, who did not attend the meeting. The vote was 14-0. Klein recently came under fire for making comments on Facebook that falsely targeted a girls' basketball player for being transgender. Discussion of subsequent post by member Klein that reference concerned parents in the context of whether this student was a boy or transgender, make it clear that it was put in context in a forum where it was fairly clear that it invites scrutiny, said school board chairman James Moss in a very confusing sentence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the legislature, I think, can remove her.
I don't know.
But
we'll ask Angelo Romero about that. The board doesn't have the board doesn't have the power to remove Klein from her position. She can face discipline, such as those listed. They've asked her to resign.
Yeah, she's not on any committees.
They've removed her from all standing board committees, any additional board committee assignments, and it prohibits her from placing items on upcoming board agendas or attending any board advisory committee meetings. So essentially, she's powerless, absolutely powerless. It has no effect. The board would like to extend deepest apologies to those harmed by her conduct, they said. Officials across Utah have asked for Klein to resign. I'm trying to see if it says anything about the legislature. All members of the House Majority leadership met with Klein. Details about what they have discussed, had not been disclosed at this time. Let's see what else we have going here. Donald Trump calls Vladimir Putin's comment that Vladimir Putin says, I prefer Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, well, Trump calls it a great compliment. The president of Russia has just given me a great compliment, actually, Trump said. Don't you see what he's doing here?
Yeah. I'm not in with Russia. I'm not.
No. What Donald Trump is saying, and I haven't even read this yet, he's saying, they don't want me. Putin does not want me to be president because he knows I'm a tough guy. I won't take any guff.
Yeah.
Right. President Putin of Russia has just given me a great compliment, Trump said. He just said that he would much rather have Joe Biden as president than Trump. Now, that's a compliment. A lot of people would say, oh, gee, that's too bad. No, it's a good thing. Of course he would say that. It's because he knows that he knows that I won't take any crap. Yeah, it's that sort of thing. And, did you see what Donald Trump did for Valentine's Day?
Oh, it's so romantic.
Oh, it's so sweet. He wrote a letter to his wife. It says, I love you, dear Melania, I love you. After every single indictment, arrest, and witch hunt, you never left my side. You've always supported me through everything. I wouldn't be the man I am today without your guidance, kindness, and warmth. Warmth?
That's the funniest word in there.
You will always mean the world to me, Melania. From your husband with love, Donald J. Trump.
Donald J. You know me.
Yeah,
your husband.
Donald J. Trump. Then he sent it out to all of the campaign. He's looking for campaign donations. That's why he did it.
Oh boy.
The flip side of that. So Joe and Jill. There's this Instagram account called Meet Cute NYC.
Yeah.
And they stop people on the street and say, "Are you a couple?" And then they say, "How did you meet?" And I like that.
Oh,
yeah.
And so they did one with Joe and Jill, like out in front of the White House. They were kind of walking by, like they were walking on the street. "Excuse me, are you two a couple?" "Well, yes, we are a couple." "Could you tell us the story of how you met?" It was really cute.
By the way, that letter goes on to say, the letter that Donald J. Trump, Mr. Trump, wrote to his wife, "If you love Melania,
oh boy,
I humbly ask you to leave her some kind words below." And then there's a space where you can send, and it says, and you could send $47, $500, $1,000. Enter an amount, please. And let's see, how much time do we have here?
Oh, you got like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You're good.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I got a couple of. Here's a sad. This is so sad. We talked about it yesterday. A family remains heartbroken after a woman was found inside of a freezer in St. George Assisted Living Facility and later died. Ricky Rubik was found inside the freezer at the Meadows at Escalante. The 75-year-old woman was suffering from hypothermia and frostbite. When she was discovered, she died in the hospital 4 days later, and her family, her son, is just heartbroken.
Yeah.
She loved to dance. She loved to go to shows. She'd go to the concerts, said Ricky's son, Anthony. Her parents were very strict when she was young, of course, but she really enjoyed that. Very sweet. She loved to go hiking. Ricky was formally diagnosed with dementia about a year ago, and her son said there were signs before that. I can think about times when she would just miss events, didn't call you for your birthday, and I'm like, nah, it's not a big deal. I can handle it, but there were signs that I didn't really pick up on until much later.
And there's no thought on how she ended up in the freezer? They don't know how that...
No, they're not.
You would think the facility would have cameras to watch that.
Doesn't say anything about it here, but the Utah Department of Health and Human Services is investigating. Let's see. Do this story. Oh, this is... Kevin McCarthy is kicking his revenge tour into high gear.
Oh.
Or at least it appears that way, based on comments this week he made to reporters about Representative Matt Gaetz. McCarthy, who recently resigned from Congress, gave a surprise press conference on Capitol Hill Tuesday where he accused Matt Gaetz of embellishing his closeness to Donald Trump, lying about who he sleeps with, apparently referencing accusations of sex trafficking against Gaetz, including soliciting sex from a minor. The Justice Department declined to charge Gaetz with any crimes, but there is an ongoing House ethics investigation. A Gaetz ally named Joel Greenberg pled guilty in the original investigation to charges including sex trafficking and fraud. Gaetz has denied wrongdoing, but McCarthy just went after him. But I would say, Kevin, when you were still in Congress, your head was way up Donald Trump's butt, too. So,
yeah, this almost sounds like he's my friend, not your friend. He likes me best.
He says of Nancy Mace, I hope she gets the help to straighten out her life.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going after people, which is fun. It's the evil going after the damned, or vice versa. And finally, this. A new study suggests that apes possess a sense of humor just like humans.
Of course.
An international team has discovered that 4 species of great apes, orangutans, chimpanzees, bonobos, and gorillas, all engage in playful teasing with one another.
Haven't you seen their scary smiles?
They are kind of scary. There's a picture of one laughing here, a chimpanzee laughing, and it's that creepy.
Granted, orangutans are my favorite, so...
The behavior identified by cognitive biologists and primatologists mirrors human joking in its provocative, persistent nature, incorporating elements of surprise and play. The findings indicate that all 4 great ape species engage in playful teasing, leading the research team to propose that the foundational elements of humor may have evolved in the human lineage at least 13 million years ago.
That's super cool.
Wow. Yeah, they've been really... It shows that there are pictures of them trying to fool each other with things,
I like it.
Amazing. All right, that's it. Sports, weather, traffic.
Real Salt Lake and the Royals have new jerseys with new logos with new sponsors. Select Health logo is now going to be donning the jerseys, and people are excited about the look of the new jerseys.
Is that why my insurance deductible is going up?
Yes.
So Zango is out?
Yeah, they have to pay for the jerseys, Bill.
Great. Thanks, Select Health.
Let's see. Last night, the Lakers beat the Jazz 138-122. Probably not going to go much better tonight when the Golden State Warriors are playing at 7 o'clock. Golden State probably going to win that one.
Insurance people don't like me very much.
Well,
you remember we were having an insurance meeting here years ago, and they used to bring all like little pens and stuff like that. Yeah. And I said, I don't want any of that crap. I want lower insurance rates.
Yeah, don't spend money on this.
What are you giving me a pen for?
Yep.
Let's see. In college basketball, Utah State Aggies over the Wyoming Cowboys, 84-76. Tonight, Bills Weber State Wildcats over the Idaho Vandals. And UVU Wolverines are playing the California Baptist Lancers at 8 o'clock tonight. That's your sports. Weather. So mountains could see some heavy snow this morning, continuing into the afternoon. Down here in the valleys, it's going to be rain. It's spotty sprinkles right now, but 90% chance of rain going to be happening, mainly before 2 p.m. It's pretty warm outside right now, 47. And that's actually about as warm as it's going to get today is how it is right now, which is sort of odd. That chance of rain is going to continue tonight into tomorrow. And then it looks like Saturday, beautiful day, mostly sunny, 49 for a high. Traffic, we do have traction laws in effect for Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. Like I said, mountains getting some snow this morning. And the only accident being reported is northbound I-15, 123rd South on-ramp in Draper. Right lane affected there. I take that back. Friend of the program sent this in. There's a crash, I-15 southbound near 7200 South. Thank you for sending that in via text at 33986. Rockhounds Rejoice. The Crystal Festival is at the Davis Conference Center in Layton this weekend, February 17th through the 18th. Free admission, family-friendly, crystalfestival.org.
Oh, no. Oh. I lost his audio.
Well,
wait, don't I get music?
You might not recognize that voice.
I don't get music.
It's not.
He's changed it.
It's not Frank Christ today.
It's time for Frank Christ presents. What's it called? They're fine.
They're fine.
They're just fine.
Yes.
No, I'm not Frank Christ.
Who are you?
I'm a substitute. I'm a fill-in.
What happened to Frank?
He's taking it a little time. He's taking a little time off.
Well, that's great news. He needs a break. He's been very busy.
So for the next couple of days, it's my job to reap the souls of Frank's precious, precious celebrities. My name is Aylward.
Aylward?
Aylward. Aylward, Chris.
And are you normally a reaper for something else?
But no, I'm just a fill-in guy. I fill in when there are so many other reapers. I fill in when some of them need to take a break. Frank's precious, precious celebrities. I don't give a damn about the celebrities, but I have to fill in. Like last week, I filled in for the reaper of who reaps the souls of sanitation workers.
How was that?
It was okay, I guess.
You don't feel strongly about sanitation workers
no,
either?
couple of weeks ago, I had to reap the souls of arborists, bead farmers,
beads,
pinto beans.
Oh, beans.
Beans.
I said bead farm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And goat herds. I had to do goat. But you know what?
It's kind of interesting. You get a little something different all the time.
Yeah, it's a piece of cake. But this, not one of those. Do I have to play some stupid game?
Well, this game, is it
Aylward.
You couldn't pick a name that's easier to say.
Aylward. Aylward. Chris.
Chris, yes. So we're going to play a Aylwood Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. I'm going to read a list of 4 celebrities. 3 of them are fine.
So fine. They're just, apparently Frank always says, oh yeah, they're fine, they're just fine.
But one of them is not fine. They have passed away, and Frank, I don't think you took them away. I think Frank took them away at some point.
No, I have to go collect this guy in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, you're right. No,
they're long gone, I think.
I'm looking at the list. Yeah,
no, they're long gone. And we're playing with a friend of the program. I hope we have someone on the line.
We do. We have Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Maybe.
Michael, you there?
Michael, what could somebody win? Michael.
This is
going once.
Well. Oh no.
Going twice.
Well. I don't think he can hear us, can he?
Colby Christian. Colby, are you there?
I don't.
Everything's pressed.
Well, I don't know.
Can you hear us, Colby?
I could just tell you who the dead guy is.
No, but we got to give away Bill Burr tickets. Aylwood.
Aylward.
Right.
You know what?
What?
I really like Bill Burr. I could go.
Could you? But you could just show up. You don't need a ticket. Can't you just appear places?
No, I'm a fill-in. They always ask me for a ticket.
Are you there?
I don't. Some button is not pushed.
Something is wrong with your equipment. That's what I think.
Well, here's what we'll do.
What?
We'll give the prize to a random texter that gets it right.
Oh.
How about that? Can we do that?
I don't know. It's not my game.
Everything is pressed. I'm not sure what's going on.
That's okay. We'll have Macy pick someone that gives us the right answer. How about that? You're trying to win Bill Burr tickets Saturday, February 24th at the Delta Center. So I'm going to read these list of celebrities. If you know which one is the dead one, you can text that to 33986, and Macy will pick one of you for. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aylward. It's Aylward.
These are a list of famous Canadian actors.
Famous Canadian actors. Okay.
Number one is Victor Garber.
Oh, I loved him.
Garber originated roles in the Broadway productions of Sweeney Todd.
The Demon Barber of Fleet Street.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Noises off. He made his film debut as Jesus Christ in the musical Godspell. Other notable films include Sleepless in Seattle, First Wives Club, Legally Blonde. Titanic isn't on this list, but that's one of them too.
Was he in Titanic?
Yeah.
I never saw that movie.
Garber, best known as Jack Bristow in the TV show Alias. Victor Garber. Number two.
I really like Sleepy in Seattle.
Yeah, that was good. Number two, Elias Koteas.
Oh.
He's known for playing Alvin Olinsky in the Chicago franchise. He
Oh.
appeared in such films as Some Kind of Wonderful, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Adjuster, Erotica, and The Prophecy.
I watch those Chicago shows all the time.
Number two, Elias Koteas. Number three, Taylor Kitsch.
Oh, Dreamboat.
He was Tim Riggins in the television series Friday Night Lights.
You don't have to tell me.
He also worked in films like X-Men Origins, Wolverine, Battleship, John Carter, Savages, and Lone Survivor. Number three, Taylor Kitsch.
He's so good looking.
And lastly, number four, Alan Thicke, actor, songwriter, game talk show host, father of the singer Robin Thicke, best known for playing Dr. Jason Seaver in the sitcom Growing Pains. He had a syndicated late-night talk show, Thick of the Night. He hosted many game shows, wrote the theme music for many well-known game shows. He died while playing ice hockey. Oh.
Way to go. You really know how to play this game, don't you? So what you're saying is Alan Thicke is dead.
Apparently, so just text Alan Thicke to 33986.
That's wonderfully done, Gina Barberry. Wonderfully done. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go find Victor Garber.
Okay.
He's 74, so go check on him.
on him.
Okay, goodbye. No, I don't have a
sorry.
scooter. They make me
No?
walk.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, bye.
Oh, boy.
Well, that was.
We'll try again tomorrow.
I think our phones went out. I need to go do a hard reset.
They were working fine earlier.
Yeah, they were just fine. I didn't touch anything, so.
Aylward?
Yeah, where did you come up with that?
Aylward?
Yeah.
I went to school with a kid, graduate school with a kid named Peter Aylward.
Oh, I was going to say, that's not a first name I have ever heard.
Well, it could be used as a first name. A la Aylward Chris.
Ah, okay. So we'll try that again tomorrow. Traffic. Crash northbound I-15 at the I-15-215 junction in Murray. The left shoulder affected there. Crash northbound I-15 123rd south on-ramp in Draper. The right lane is closed. And traction device restrictions in effect for Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. And if you are seeing something out on the roads, you are welcome to text us 33986, and I will pass it along to other friends of the program. This is brought to you by Utah First Credit Union's personal checking, where every feature comes standard. Learn more at utahfirst.com.
Big O Tires, real quick.
Big O Tires, the team you trust, man, they are great. And if you're looking for new tires, remember, Big O carries all the major brand name tires, and they guarantee the lowest price on every tire every day.
You can make an appointment. It's the easiest way to do it. Just go to bigotires.com. They have a list of all 50 locations. There's going to be one near you.
And right now they're having a sale till the 19th of February on select sets of Michelin tires. You can save up to $160 in rebate savings. And Big O Tires is more than tires. They do alignments and oil changes, air and cabin filters, brakes, batteries, all of that kind of thing. You really should get to know your local Big O Tire store. Go to bigotires.com. You'll find one near you. I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple. They're always very, very, just fast and friendly and great people to deal with. And if you need financing, Big O has multiple financing options to suit any situation. So as Gina said, visit bigotires.com. You'll find a location near you. You can make an appointment online. And remember, Big O Tires, they are the team you trust. Katie loves horror movies. We all kind of like horror movies. I don't know. I like them quite a bit. Gina, maybe yes, maybe no.
Depends.
But these are the horror movies you should watch for this Halloween.
Oh.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
October 5th, something called Mr. Harrigan's Phone will be released.
This is is it Stephen King or is it Kid? Yeah, it's Stephen King.
Based on a Stephen King novella.
Yeah.
Donald Sutherland and J. Dean Martell from It.
It's about a phone line gets buried in a grave.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so you're starting getting phone calls from the grave.
Yeah. On October 7th, Hellraiser.
Yes.
A reboot of the classic 1987 film. In this version, a young woman finds a cursed puzzle box and accidentally unleashes the sadistic, demon-like Cenobites upon the world. The film is attracting attention for the fact that it has not only recast the role of the main antagonist, Pinhead, who was played by a man, Doug Bradley, for years, but it has put a woman in his place. Might be interesting. October 14th, Halloween Ends.
Yes.
We've talked about it. Carrie's talked about it.
Carrie's excited.
You can see that on Peacock.
Yeah.
There's a great picture here of Jamie Lee Curtis back-to-back with
Michael
Myers. And she says this will be the last time she plays Laurie Strode. October 19th and October 26th, The Good Nurse.
I bet she's not a good nurse.
A crime drama.
I bet she's a bad nurse.
It was like The Bad Lieutenant. I went to see that movie, and they were wrong. He was not a bad lieutenant. He was a really bad lieutenant. This is a crime drama, is part of Netflix and Chill's October lineup. It follows nurse Amy, Jessica Chastain, investigating a series of mysterious patient deaths that begins soon after, and he looks guilty. Eddie Redmayne, playing another nurse, starts working there. He just looks weird. So, Pray for the Devil, P-R-E-Y, for the Devil, October 28th. And that's the last one on the list. That's about a young nun who was allowed to enter the Catholic Church's exorcism training program, which doesn't normally allow women. But, why not?
You're mentioning newer ones, but this is a good time to remind people that Salt Lake Film Society has their Tower of Terror.
Classic horror.
Classic horror. Looks like this weekend you've got Mandy and Candyman, the 2021 Candyman.
Oh, the recent one.
Oh, it's a good one.
So yeah, really you should go to Salt Lake Film Society and check out your favorite classic horror films on the big screen.
All right.
Andrew in Taylor. I remember there's Taylorsville and Taylor.
Yeah.
It's just Taylor.
Yes. Taylor, yeah.
Taylor. Andrew lives there, apparently.
Oh, nice.
And I don't know if Andrew likes morsels of murder, but I have one for him if he would like it. And it's brought to you by Rockhounds Rejoice. The Crystal Festival is at the Davis Conference Center in Layton this weekend, February 17th through the 18th. Free admission, family-friendly, crystalfestival.org.
I may be in the wrong thing because I can't find any of our audio.
Okay, that's all right. I don't need an intro.
It's time for a morsel of murder.
Now, we did this story when it first happened, but there's been some more information that's come to light. A Florida woman charged with plotting the murder of her Microsoft executive ex-husband, broke up their marriage by having an affair with her personal trainer. It's a tale as old as time.
It certainly is.
Accused her former spouse of eyeing her family's wealth in newly released court documents.
You've been eyeing my family's wealth.
The papers give a detailed account of an interview police conducted with Shanna Gardner Fernandez just weeks after Jared Brightigan, I think is how you say his name, was pumped full of bullets. So she was arrested 18 months later and is now facing the death penalty if convicted. She's from a wealthy Mormon family, and she told police she married Brightigan after 2 months of dating because she was desperate and only had tepid interest in him at the time. She wonders if Jared had ulterior motives, knowing she came from money. Describing her dead former spouse to cops as insular and controlling, Gardner Fernandez volunteered that she had strayed during their marriage with the personal trainer, like you do.
Oh, yeah. I did that.
At the YMCA near their home in Jacksonville Beach.
Zach was just too hard to resist.
He's a good-looking man.
He is.
Shanna stated she met a trainer at the gym. They both became involved. She described Brightigan as a hermit during their marriage, saying he only wanted to hang out with her or play with his toys. Prior to her relationship with the trainer, he was a devout Mormon.
So she was from a Mormon family and he was from a Mormon family. Is
yes,
that right?
Yes.
Okay.
They're both Mormon.
Is this germane to the story at all? Really?
I mean, a little bit, because I'm going to add this little detail that also came out.
Okay.
So apparently, just more evidence that he was controlling. I mean, this isn't a reason to shoot him and kill him.
Well, sort of it is.
But apparently they went to see their bishop. Several years before his death, they went to visit the bishop at their LDS church in Neptune Beach so that he could advise their children on appropriate hairstyles. She told police that Gardner and Bridgerton's children were afraid to talk to their dad over fear of rejection. One of the daughters asked if she could dye her hair purple. He apparently told his daughter she would not be accepted in the church if she had purple hair. So they went to have an interview with the bishop. And the bishop said, well, it's kind of up to your parents about your hairstyle. I'm not going to tell you that you can't wear your hair that way. And apparently the dad... The murder victim, was furious that the bishop didn't stand up with him and go, yeah, you should really, you won't be allowed to come to church if you dye your hair purple. Just kind of evidence that maybe he was really kind of jerky.
Well, and that's what you would expect a bishop in Florida to say.
They're different than bishops here?
Yeah, here a bishop would say, you do what your dad says, and no, I won't let you come to church.
Yeah, so
Florida. Yeah.
None of this makes it okay to hire a hitman to kill him, of course.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's not. But it shows that there are lots and lots of problems going on. That's one morsel of murder. I have another one.
Uh-oh. Does it involve Mormons or purple hair?
No.
Okay.
An Alaskan woman was sentenced to 99 years in prison yesterday for killing her 19-year-old best friend in 2019 after allegedly being catfished by a man who offered her $9 million to commit murder. Denali Bremer, now 24, pleaded guilty to murder in 2023, admitting to her involvement in killing Cynthia Hoffman. In June 2019, Hoffman went missing while on a hike with Bremer and another friend at Thunderbird Falls. 2 days later, her body was found on the banks of a river bound with duct tape and a gunshot wound to the back of her head. Authorities said Hoffman had been in an online relationship with a man she believed was named Tyler, who claimed to be a millionaire from Kansas, who offered her $9 million to kill someone and send him pictures and videos of the crime. Bremer and another friend, Caden McIntosh, who were 18 and 16 at the time, drove Hoffman to the falls, accused of... Now the girl didn't shoot.
Has this been made a movie yet?
I'm sure it will.
Yeah.
So she had help with this. She may not have pulled the trigger, but this would never have happened if it were not for Denali Bremer. McIntosh, the other friend, is charged with murder and awaiting trial. Another man connected to the case, Caleb Leland, has pleaded guilty and is awaiting sentencing. 2 other teens were prosecuted in juvenile court, so a lot of people knew that this was happening. It was eventually revealed that Darren Schillmiller of Indiana had catfished the teen and solicited pornography from her. It's apparently true. He apparently said, I mean, now he didn't have $9 million. He lied about that, but he said he did, and he solicited her to commit murder and photograph
So is he being charged with murder?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
You're right. If this doesn't turn into a movie soon.
Is it The River's Edge? Remember that movie?
I mean, The River's Edge was...
There was a body by the river.
There was a body by the river, but that wasn't like a murder for hire. That was a domestic violence situation that went wrong.
Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten how the body got there.
Yeah, so the boyfriend and girlfriend were by the river, and she made him mad, and he strangled her.
Oh.
But have you not seen River's Edge?
No.
It's a
almost
good movie.
It's not about the murder really.
No,
it's about everybody.
Because everyone knows that
Yeah.
there's this body by the river, and all these high school kids go look at it and don't tell anybody it's there. And
I've seen pieces
Yeah.
of this, but I've never seen it in full.
It's Keanu Reeves.
Very good.
Very young Keanu
Yeah,
Reeves.
and Crispin Glover's in it. And,
He's very good in it.
Wow.
but no, that was just that wasn't
Okay.
similar to this. But yeah. Speaking of movies, crime movies. Peacock is making a scripted series about John Wayne Gacy. So this would be kind of like...
that.
Oh, boy.
Don't do that.
This would be kind of like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
Yeah, kind of.
Don't do that.
I don't know how you do it without it being really, really...
No, that's why
it's
you
gonna
do
be
it.
bad. Oh.
That's why you.
Yeah.
I have 2 murder cacti, that are named after murder or serial killers. So one is Richard Ramirez, the other one is John Wayne Gacy.
What are murder cactuses?
They're just,
Cacti.
they look like they're growing, they almost look like palm trees, but they're incredibly spiky, like long spikes on the side.
You could murder somebody
Easy.
with it?
Just if you throw it at somebody, easy. Or at least cause a lot of damage.
Oh, wow.
I don't need to think about John Wayne Gacy ever again.
Nope. Creepy.
Who's doing that? I saw it
Peacock.
in Peacock.
Of
yeah,
course.
No, I won't. I will not watch that.
You know, you might be surprised to know I didn't watch the Dahmer one either.
Really? The one, the TV show?
Yeah, the
okay.
fictionalized version of it.
Because there was also the one, it's not about Dahmer, it's about Bundy, the one from here that had...
Oh, I watched that one, yeah.
Zach what's his face?
Efron?
That one.
Yeah, I watched that one. Not your thing?
I'm really not into the true crime.
See, you have the 2 true crime girls that are in the studio with you today.
Yeah, I don't.
So.
It's educational on what not to do.
Yeah. Don't kill people.
Yeah. It's not a good idea. Yeah, that's it. That's your morsel of murder.
A morsel of murder.
Let's see. I think I found it.
And now a morsel.
Oh, that's the beginning. But I found all of our audio.
Okay, good.
All right.
Let me do a quick
Now
traffic.
fix the phones.
Yes, I'm working on it.
Let me do a quick traffic, and then Bill can tell you what the boners are today. We have crash northbound I-15 123rd South on-ramp. We also have a crash northbound I-15 at the I-15-215 junction in Murray off to the left shoulder. And just a reminder that traction device laws are in effect for Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years, contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right, here are the boner candidates you'll be voting for in a few minutes. Boner candidate number 1. You know, Deputy Fife is a bit high-strung. Boner candidate number 2. I'm not doing this for social media likes. I'm doing it for the diarrhea and the vomiting. And boner candidate number 3. My family was not involved in the slave trade. As a matter of fact, my dad was a white slave.
All right, boners and news coming up after this. Live at the Eccles.
Yes, Mark Normand is at the Eccles. This show is February 17th, so just a couple of days from now. Tickets are available at liveeccles.com. Mark is up next. His show, Saturday night. Jerry Seinfeld has called him the best young up-and-coming comic. He's quickly becoming one of the most talked-about touring comedians in America. His recent one-hour show, Soup to Nuts, is a hit on Netflix, and he's in Season 3 of The Stand-Ups. Frequent guest on all of the late-night talk shows. You can see him there. And he does a podcast, 2 podcasts, as a matter of fact, Tuesdays with Stories, and the other podcast is called we might be drunk. Mark Normand. So if you want to go downtown and have a nice evening, you can go to the Eccles, have some laughs. Before that, you can make a reservation at the Tin Angel or the Finca's Pinchos Bar. Have a drink before the show. Go laugh and laugh and laugh. Coming up at the Eccles, Nate Bergazzi, Brian Reagan is going to be there. That'll be a sellout. Joe Coy, Hassan Minaj, lots of great shows. You can find out the whole schedule of comedy shows and get tickets to Mark Normand. Just go liveeccles.com.
All right. Not a lot for you here at first.
Okay.
Of course, tomorrow, Sean Means will be reviewing the new Spider-Man cartoon movie, Into the Spider-Verse. And I've already seen reviews from people that I respect in the geek community. The first one was really damn good, right?
Yeah. And that wasn't that called Into the Spider-Verse?
Into the Spider-Verse. No, it was Across the Spider-Verse? I can't remember now. Anyway, but it was really good.
Yeah, it was.
They're saying this one's better than that one.
Really?
And I even read one review that said this is the best Spider-Man movie ever made.
Wow.
I think they said that,
which is a high bar.
Didn't they say that about the first cartoon, too?
Yeah.
They said this may be the best Spider-Man ever made.
On my podcast, we all agreed that it's probably the best comic book movie ever made. So
I'm not a huge Spider-Man fan, and I liked it a lot.
But in related Spider-Man news, speaking specifically about this Spider-Man, Miles Morales, according to Variety, the longtime Spider-Man producer Amy Pascal said that in addition to Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse, Miles Morales is going to make his way, took him long enough, into a live-action film.
So who will they cast for that?
Don't know yet. And an animated Spider-Woman solo film is also in the works. She says you'll see all of it. It's all happening. Can't tell you when, can't tell you anything yet, but we're working on it. So Sony knows they got some money in your Spider-Man. So they're doing that. Oh, and real quick before I get to the trailers that I've for you, something else you can do, watch online at work today. I've told you how good this Star Trek Strange New World series is. And if you don't have Paramount Plus, because that's the only place you can see it, the first season is available on YouTube for free right now for a limited time.
It is very good.
It's my favorite, and you should go and check it out. All right, I got some trailers here for you. We just got treated to a new trailer for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. Now, you see the animation style of the Spider-Man movies?
Yes.
They're kind of doing it with this one.
Okay.
And this is a whole new take on the Ninja Turtles.
Boys, where have you been? We're just running errands.
That's it?
Look, we're really sorry, Splinter. Some of the guys wanted to get pizza, and I tried to talk them out of it. You ratted us out.
Hey, don't use that word that way.
Because Splinter's a rat. All right. But it's a very interesting animation style. It's computer generated, but it looks like it's stop motion clay. It's really fascinating.
Can you imagine that?
Not likely.
Now, this is the first time that the characters have actually been voiced by teens. Which it should be.
Giant rat. That makes me feel like he's a rat.
Police are baffled by the recent crime wave led by Superfly.
Nobody's ever seen his face.
Why?
Because he kills everyone who does.
Whoa. Cool.
No, not cool.
A bit cool.
Superfly, played by Ice Cube, is the villain.
Making a deal.
New fly mutant created for this. It's an original villain. Not to be confused with Baxter Stockman, who is another fly character that they have. So just in case you were curious.
Want to roll with us? Humans are never gonna like us. So we're gonna let the mutants rule the earth.
Peoples, they got to go. Okay, sort of a twist.
August 2nd is when that movie will be out. It looks like a lot of fun.
And isn't Trent Reznor doing the music for it?
It was announced that he's doing the soundtrack, yes. Trent Reznor and somebody else.
Atticus Ross, who he does
This is
other.
his partner, yes.
You have heart. Donatello, You have wisdom. Raphael, you have bravery. And Leonardo, honor.
Enough talk! I dream about fighting every night.
You've got a rage problem, right?
It's not a problem.
Jackie Chan is Splinter, if you couldn't tell.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. We got another trailer for you. I can't really play a lot of this trailer because it's for a Netflix show, and Netflix doesn't care if they have swears in their trailers, but...
You want to watch?
Can't really do another true crime.
What about...
Oh, my God. She even has your hair.
So it's Black Mirror Season 6.
Okay.
Just a few weeks. 5 new episodes of Black Mirror will be available for your eyeballs. And you can watch this trailer. I do have a list of the episodes and what they're about. Let me just tell you about a few of them.
Okay.
The first one I'm really interested in because it's got a great title. Joan is Awful.
Okay.
The story of an average woman who is stunned to discover, while watching Netflix, they've launched a show about her.
I like this. This is good.
A TV drama adaptation of her life in which she is portrayed by Salma Hayek.
Well, okay, I would like Salma Hayek.
Who
to
plays
portray
Joan?
me.
Joan Annie Murphy from Schitt's Creek.
Yeah, okay.
And so she's watching television with her boyfriend, and that even has my hair. Who's playing me? Salma Hayek? Good heavens! Michael Cera's in it. Rob Delaney.
Oh, okay.
But that looks good. Loch Henry is the other episode that I'll tell you about. A young couple travel to a sleepy Scottish town to work on a genteel nature documentary, but find themselves drawn into a juicy local story involving shocking events from the past. Beyond the Sea takes place in an alternate 1969 where two men on a perilous high-tech mission wrestle with consequences of unimaginable tragedy. It takes place in space. Okay. Aaron Paul is in that one. Maisie Day is about a troubled starlet that is dogged by invasive paparazzi while dealing with the consequences of a hit-and-run accident. That's got Zazie Beetz in it. She's always good. And Demon 79 takes place in northern England in 1979, where a meek sales assistant is told she must commit terrible acts in order to prevent a disaster.
These all sound good.
They all sound good. So you're going to get that coming up here in a few weeks with Season 6 of Black Mirror. Let's see, just real quick here. I got a long list of shows that aren't going to be happening anytime soon because of the writer's strike. And you can add the Blade Runner TV series that was being put together. Because the writers are on strike, so they're not going forward. But a show that is going forward is also back on Netflix, The Witcher. You remember they got rid of your Harry Superman.
Henry Cavill.
He quit, and they replaced him with Liam Hemsworth. He's a lesser Hemsworth, but he's there. They just quietly said, we're going to give him another season. So how it works is Season 3 of The Witcher, which is Henry Cavill's final season, will premiere the first part of June 29, Part 2 on July 7th. Hemsworth's first full season will presumably release in 2024. And then they've added another season after that. They said the reason that they did it before even, putting it out there, it says that Hemsworth has a big fan base.
A big what?
Fan base.
Oh, fan base.
Was what they said.
Get a load of his fan base.
Get a load of his fan base.
Look at that fan base.
Is 7:24. Time for some boners.
The boner of the day. It is brought to you in part by.
Wait.
We got to.
Yeah.
You got to
do the boners first.
Yeah, all right.
Well, it's 3 news stories, examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote who is the worst, the most deserving of the award. No one wants to win boner of the day. Boner means mistake. We'll have 2 candidates now, then a 3rd candidate after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you can vote. One of you lucky boner voters will get a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It, Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
All right, so here we go with boner candidate number 1. Am I doing this right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're on topic.
Okay. Number 1, Deputy Fife is a bit high-strung. The Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office has completed their investigation in an officer-involved shooting involving an acorn.
What?
The office posted the full body cam footage and the 44-page report to their Facebook page this week. Back in November, officers were called to a home in Okaloosa County after a woman accused her partner, Marquise Jackson, of stealing her car and sending her threatening messages. One message included an image of what officer said was a pistol silencer. Now, while the woman was filling out paperwork, Sergeant Beth Roberts, involving her partner and the missing vehicle, Jackson was detained and put in the back of a deputy's vehicle. Now, the other deputy walked to the car to do a full search of the suspect, and then he heard what he thought was gunfire. In the video, you can hear him yelling, "Shots fired! Shots fired!" The sound he heard was an acorn hitting the top of his car. It had fallen out of the tree and hit the top of his car. Hernandez then started firing into his own vehicle at Jackson, as did the other deputy. The Okaloosa County Sheriff addressed the incident earlier this month in a video posted to YouTube. This was very traumatic and tragic for Mr. Jackson. He was not injured.
That's what I'm
Wow,
amazed.
lucky. That must have been a really heavy acorn.
Or a really nervous
jumpy
deputy.
He's jumpy.
Who should not be a deputy then?
The deputy, I'm just call him Deputy 5. He's a bit high-strung. Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. I'm not doing this for the social media likes. I'm doing it for the diarrhea and the vomiting.
Yeah.
Oh.
A Florida man is celebrating his 26th consecutive day of eating raw chicken. A quest he plans to continue until, quote, he gets a tummy ache.
Why?
I don't recommend.
This company sent me some hot sauce, so we'll give it a go, he said Tuesday on Instagram as he doused a thick piece of raw chicken with weak sauce Philly's Tangerine Nightmare before consuming it. Sweet and spicy.
I can't even imagine that texture.
John, who is not sharing his surname for privacy reasons, has been documenting his unusual journey on the Instagram page, Raw Chicken Experiment, for his flock of 395,000 followers.
He could die.
Vice notes,
that's not a joke.
Vice notes that 2 years ago, Peckish John vlogged about eating raw meat at Whole Foods every day until I die from bacteria, but he got bored after 200 days. John insists, I don't eat raw chicken for likes on Instagram. I have experience with raw vegan diets, plant-based carnivore, milk-only, raw beef, da-da-da-da-da. However, experts say the chicken should be cooked to an internal temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Raw poultry can harbor several types of bacteria, including salmonella. Consuming raw chicken can cause diarrhea and vomiting. No, I'm not doing this for social media likes. I'm doing it for the diarrhea and vomiting.
That makes me sick just thinking.
Yeah, for
Boner
real.
candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. My family was not involved in the slave trade. As a matter of fact, my dad was a white slave.
News. Yeah, Boner Candidate number 3 after the news, brought to you by Shop Everyday Low Prices on a huge selection of home furnishings at Living Spaces, plus discover clearance deals that are up to 60%. Get free next day shipping. Save big every day only at Living Spaces.
4th season of Only Murders in the Building. Don't know when it's coming, but it is coming. And there's a new cast member announced. Molly Shannon has been tapped.
Excellent.
For a season-long arc. Per usual, the producers are keeping the storyline under wraps, but as Disney Television Group President Craig Ehrwich revealed in a Deadline interview, the Only Murders in the Building trio of Charles, Oliver, and Mabel, that's Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez, will kick off the new season with a trip to Los Angeles before returning to the Arconia in search of Saz's killer. Shannon will play high-powered L.A. businesswoman who finds herself drawn into the world of the investigation in New York. So there you go. Kansas City Chiefs fans tackled a suspected gunman yesterday as he attempted to flee cops after shooting at the Super Bowl parade. 3 gunmen opened fire, apparently inside Union Station, moments after the team, including Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, of course, left the stage on what should have been a triumphant day for the city following the Chiefs' victory in Las Vegas on Sunday. At least one person was killed. That person, as a matter of fact, was
a DJ.
Lisa Lopez Gallivan in her 40s. She was a DJ in Kansas City. Kansas City radio station KKFI says that Lopez died in the shooting She died in the hospital as they were trying to save her life. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves said the investigation is ongoing as parties of fans are being transported to hospitals. 22 people, they say, were injured in this. Now it's 29. 29 people injured. A heroic group of men were seen taking down one of the suspected perpetrators. They hauled the alleged gunman to the ground and then shouted, "We got the gun." The men held the suspect down until cops arrived to detain him. The identities of the other three, so 4 people, have not been confirmed, and no motive has been given for the attack. Although I did hear this morning they think it might have been some sort of drug deal or fight gone wrong. So there's that. The 10 Commandments, Moses, tablets, brought them down from Mount Sinai.
Yeah, right.
The 10 Commandments could be studied in U.S. history courses throughout Utah under an updated bill, the latest effort in a legislative push to control what is taught in K-12 public schools. The bill's sponsor, Representative Michael Peterson, Republican, North Logan, argued both members of the House Education Committee on Tuesday, he argued before members of the House Education Committee on Tuesday that the 10 Commandments has an undeniable place in U.S. history. The bill comes amid a separate proposal that would prohibit teachers from displaying pride flags. So no pride flags, but let's teach about the 10 Commandments. Shall we do that? The 10 Commandments, while it is a religious document, is a very historic document, said the scholarly Representative Peterson, in that it colored the way our founders wrote the Constitution, wrote the Declaration of Independence. It colored the way they developed our civil society. The updated bill removes a requirement that public schools display a poster of the 10 Commandments and instead adds the 10 Commandments as well as the Magna Carta to a list of historical documents and principles that schools may include for thorough study. The Magna Carta was issued in 1215. It was the first document to declare the King of England and his government were not above the law.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
It later influenced constitutional laws worldwide, including the U.S. Constitution, but it didn't influence Donald Trump.
Of course not.
The veteran highway patrol trooper injured during a fall from an overpass while attempting to stop a suspect in a drug investigation remains hospitalized and faces a very long road to recovery, they say. Trooper Steve Odie Meyer was injured Tuesday when he fell off of an overpass at 7200 West near Interstate 80 and onto the street below. Meyer was putting down spike strips ahead of an SUV that had evaded Salt Lake City police hours earlier. They were trying to stop this car. Meyer was airlifted in serious condition to the hospital by a Department of Public Safety helicopter. He is in stable condition. He is expected to recover, but due to his serious injuries, further medical treatment will be required, the Utah Highway Patrol wrote in a statement. Trooper Meyer has had an amazing medical staff seeing to his ongoing care. He has a long road to recovery, but he will recover, they say.
That's good news.
He fell like 30 feet.
Ugh.
I don't know how you...
That's a lot.
Yeah. A plan to pierce the concrete curtain that slices Salt Lake City in two is on hold after blowback from the neighborhoods it was supposed to serve. State and city officials had proposed a new I-15 underpass at 400 North, but they backtracked after residents there consistently argued that the passage would be redundant, unsafe, and ineffective. The squabble over the plan, part of the controversial proposal to widen the freeway, erupted as city officials have sharpened their focus on creating new connections intended to heal the east-west divide in the capital city. Giving us a tunnel, Fair Park resident Michelle Watt said, doesn't feel like you're connecting a neighborhood when we've still got the train tracks. Punching a hole through I-15 at 4th North, Watt said, could lead to those who use the underpass to reach the downtown core right into the west side's original barrier, a wall of trains. That's the big problem. Is all those train tracks is the big problem. Let's see, how much time do we have here?
A minute or two.
Okay. This is so sad.
What's that?
Polar bears. More time stranded on land means greater risk of starvation for polar bears. During 3 summer weeks, 20 polar bears, closely observed by scientists, tried different strategies to maintain energy reserves, including resting, scavenging, and foraging, and yet nearly all of them lost weight rapidly, on average around 2.2 pounds per day. Scientists have speculated that polar bears might adapt to the longer ice-free seasons due to climate warming by acting like their grizzly bear relatives and either rest or eat terrestrial food. But the bears in the study, nope.
They want to fish.
They want to fish. Polar bears, they believe...
They float on the ice and then fish from the ice.
And they believe that polar bears will no longer be with us
That's so sad.
in a few years. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic?
Yeah, so it's
Is it
as
raining?
Yeah, and it's as warm right now as it's going to be today. Actually, it's 46. That's the expected high today, so it'll just feel like this most of the day. 90% chance of rain, mainly before 2 p.m. Could see some more overnight tonight, though, into tomorrow. And then Saturday looks beautiful, mostly sunny, high right around 50. Then another chance of rain. Looks like it comes back around Sunday, about a 60% chance. Traffic, okay, not a lot going on. You'd think with the wet roads, things might be causing some more issues, but I haven't had anything reported by UDOT in about 45 minutes or so. And the last thing was a crash northbound I-15, milepost 299. That's the I-15-215 junction in Murray. If you see something, you can share it with us. 33986 is where you do that. Are you trying not to be bored? Pick up a board game from Haster Games. They have board games, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, miniatures, dice, paints, and more. 6831 South State and online at HasterGames.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. My family was not involved in the slave trade. As a matter of fact, my dad was a white slave.
Don't think
A white Kentucky Republican politician made an audacious claim on the first day of Black History Month, according to a local report. Her white father, she said, was a slave. State Representative Jennifer Decker made the comments, first reported in the Louisville Courier, while speaking to a local chapter of the NAACP about why she'd introduced a bill seeking to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives at public colleges and universities, which she said make schools more divided, more expensive, and less tolerant. According to an audio recording of the media, during the Q&A portion of the event, one audience member asked Decker if her family had played any role in the slave trade. Decker replied, quote, "My father was born on a dirt farm in Lincoln County. His mother was the illegitimate daughter of a very prominent person who then was kind enough to allow them to work for him as slaves. So if you're asking, did we own slaves? My father was a slave, just to a white man, and he was white."
I mean, BS for one thing, but it's not the same thing. Honey.
A reporter kept asking her about it, and finally she said her father, a preacher born around 1933, or 68 years after slavery was outlawed, was born into poverty and worked for free with his family on the property they lived on. Decker eventually conceded that she probably overstated.
Yeah.
Was I saying that it was kidnapping and abuse, the same as the slaves? No. No, I wasn't saying that.
No.
And this is the
She's
kind of person
clueless.
who introduces this anti-diversity exclusion, DEI.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. She's introducing legislation to get rid of it. That's the kind of person who does it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Boner candidate number 3. My family wasn't involved in the slave trade. As a matter of fact, my dad was a white slave. Shut up.
Time to vote for your boners. Let's review the first two. And then
Okay. Deputy Fife is a bit high-strung. This is the story of a deputy who an acorn dropped and hit car. He thought it was a gunshot, and he and his partner just
opened fire
on the car. There was a suspect in the car. It's amazing. So not only did they overreact nervously, they're terrible at their job. They couldn't even kill the guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And boner candidate number 2, I'm not doing this for social media likes. I'm doing it for the diarrhea and the vomiting. It's a guy in Florida who says, he's on his 26th consecutive day of eating raw chicken.
Yeah.
And boner candidate number 3, my family was not involved in the slave trade. As a matter of fact, my dad was a white slave.
Oh, good candidates today. Which one is your favorite? You can let us know a couple of different ways. You can call 877-602-9696. You can text just the number 1, 2, or 3, whichever one you think is the worst. 33986 is where you do that. You can also vote online at x96.com.
Go vote right now, and we'll have the answers and Angela Romero after this.
The history of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Recently on the Rachel Ray Show, she was promoting her new fragrance, which she calls Fancy. It's $85. She sprayed some in the air and then started naming all the benefits. The main one was that it allows you to fart and nobody can smell it.
That's a selling point?
That's what she said. She said if you're in an elevator and you're wearing this perfume.
She's a classy one.
Do they have a guy's version? Because, boy, I tell you, I'm holding...
You want to wear something called Fancy?
I'm holding one back right now, and I don't want to...
Go ahead.
I don't want to hurt you guys.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Go on.
Why?
Do it.
Go
do
outside.
it. Come on,
Don't.
chicken. Come on, do it.
Don't.
Do it.
Not chicken. I'm just not sure you really want
Do
that.
it.
Why do you want him to do that?
Do it. I don't believe him. I don't believe he's holding one.
I believe he always has one ready.
And I don't
I
believe...
believe he
Just
can...
put the microphone down.
Don't do it. I'll leave the room.
And I don't believe it's going to be as bad as you say.
But you weren't serious?
That's the lowest we have ever sung on the radio.
And I didn't even go all the way.
Oh, man.
There's more.
That's dangerous. Yeah, he did. I made him. I made him.
You know how I am with peer pressure. Here, Carrie, have a drink. Here, Carrie, fart. You know, pull my finger. Listen, it started when I was a kid. It started when I was a kid. My dad used to make me pull his finger.
He did. I don't smell anything. Seems fine.
It'll circulate.
Will it?
Yeah.
Okay,
It'll come around.
maybe we'd better take a break.
I haven't been eating much meat lately, so.
Oh, geez. Well,
you know.
You know, for someone that just tuned into
good.
this show for the first time,
I know,
just
they would-
now,
We don't usually do that.
We've lost them forever.
Usually,
Really?
you know, we're...
Do you think? You don't think that they could forgive us just this one?
I can't forgive you.
Now, long-time listeners of the Radio from Hell show, if you'd like to call us now.
Listen, I was goaded into it.
I did. I pushed him.
happy.
He was calling me names. He was
pushed
pointing
him.
at me.
I pushed him. It's a good thing there wasn't a cliff.
I'm glad we don't have a sponsor for the boner right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll ever have
Nope.
one either after that. Oh, my God.
He made me. All right. Uh-oh.
Weather?
Somebody just texted and says, well, that's why you guys have a new three-year contract.
And Sue just texted in, I'm so proud to be your wife
Your bags
right now.
are on the porch.
I also just got a texter that says, I can smell it from here.
It really is bad.
Is it?
Well, I've been holding it all morning. I haven't had a chance to leave.
I know what that's like.
I figure I'd be fine until, at 10.
Yeah.
It really started to kink up. And then you talked about that perfume.
Oh, God, I can't believe you did that.
Now, listen, how do you guys know it wasn't just a recording
It
of a
wasn't.
fart?
He put the
Shut
microphone
up.
down.
Shut up. It could have just been a recording of a fart. You don't know.
You don't, but I'm here to tell you it wasn't.
Well, see, these guys are selling it. They're acting.
Nope. That was real.
Oh, man.
Great.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Don't.
Yeah, it was. It was real.
Told you.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to do it
No.
too.
All right.
I don't have one, or I might.
Is it like yawning? It just, once somebody
No,
does it,
no.
everybody
It's
just
contagious.
No,
just
I
jumps
got.
in.
No.
Okay. All right.
7:45. It is time to award the Boner of the Day, brought to you by...
Brought to you in part by Surf and Turf.
Oh, yeah, you made your
Steak and lobster tail and artichokes and lots of butter.
Lots of butter. And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, now serving brunch every Friday, Saturday, Sunday till 3 p.m. Enjoy Gracie's award-winning heated patio, live music 4 nights a week. Gracie's located at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple. Must be 21 or older to enter.
I haven't seen the results yet.
Oh.
Let's see. Were they being sent through
They
the
should be
usual,
sent like normal.
like on your account?
Yes, from my account.
I don't see.
Maybe you can recap the boner, and by the time you do, it'll
Boner
show up.
candidate number 1, Deputy Fife, is a bit high strung. That's the story of the cops who overreacted, way overreacted. Acorn hit the top of a cop car. They thought it was a gunshot, and they unloaded their guns into the car. And there was a suspect sitting in there.
Yeah, I don't know how they didn't kill him.
They didn't.
2 guys firing into the car.
Yeah. Number 2, I'm not doing this for social media likes. I'm doing it for the diarrhea and the vomiting. And that is the guy who's eating raw chicken every day. He says, I'm not doing this. It's not a stunt.
It's 100% a stunt.
Yeah. And boner candidate number 3, my family was not involved in the slave trade. As a matter of fact, my dad was a white slave. This white, and she's about as white as you can be, Kentucky Republican politician, a woman, made a claim that her father was a slave.
Nope, he wasn't.
He was not. And
he may have had a horrible childhood, but he was not a slave.
All right.
Well, I have the results here. I'm not sure why you're not getting them.
I don't know.
Number 1 was the closest, and even if you added number 1 and number 2 together, it would not equal the voting for number 3, which is our winner. So
my dad was a white slave.
No.
Yeah.
So now that is boner candidate number 4 for Boner of the Week, which will happen tomorrow with Dave the Flower Guy, or just toward the end of the show. So be listening for that.
All right.
Do we have on the phone Angela Romero?
We do. Angela, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Romero. How are you today?
It's another day.
Another day on Utah's Capitol Hill.
You're knee-deep in the legislature.
Remind people, if you will, where you represent, what part of the city.
So after redistricting, I represent Salt Lake City and West Valley.
Salt Lake City and West Valley. All right. Let's just get into a couple of things here. What's first and foremost on your mind at the legislature?
I think what's foremost in my mind is all the message bills that are coming our way. We had the 10 Commandments bill in my education committee and trying to limit sex education for high school students. So those are very frustrating for me at times.
Yeah, we were just talking about that 10 Commandments bill. It's very important that we just leave it to the religious teachings. You know, your religious leaders.
There are plenty of kids from all different kinds of backgrounds at school.
I mean, I guess I don't have anything against talking about the 10 Commandments, really, but that attempt to make sure that every school displayed the 10 Commandments somewhere, that's ridiculous.
And that's been amended so you wouldn't have to display it. It would be part of core documents that schools could refer to.
Yeah.
But still, it's the message it sends out to people.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't have again, as I say, I don't have trouble with people discussing that kind of thing, but that's not the reason they're doing it. That's not the reason this guy is introducing that legislation.
I'm wondering, Angela, is there any legislation that you're pointing to saying, okay, this is good and helpful, that we passed this thing and it is good and helpful?
Well, yesterday, Representative Birkeland passed a bill off the House floor to give more money to teachers to have school supplies. And so I think it's really easy to vilify us because different bills that people run. But this is a bill that she was running that I 100% support.
Yeah, and she's been controversial, but she can do some good things as well, apparently.
We all can.
What about the whole Natalie Klein situation? Does the legislature have any power to do anything about that?
We are exploring that process right now, so I don't want to jeopardize anything. But my personal opinion is that Natty Klein should step down, and any elected official who tries to cyberbully a high school student, especially when they serve on the state school board, I have a problem with them.
Yeah, but she's so far standing for she's been, the school board has stripped her of all of her duties and encouraged her to resign.
She's
but
refused.
As far as I know, she's still refused. Is that how you understand it?
That's my understanding as well. And I was watching the news the other day, and the family is still asking her to resign because she bullied their daughter.
Yeah. What about this? We were talking in the news a second ago about attempts to more successfully connect the east side and the west side of Salt Lake City.
You know, I hope that's possible. I've lived on the west side all my life. I'm like all of you. I grew up in Utah. I grew up in Tuella, Utah. And I chose the west side of Salt Lake because it reminded me a lot of the neighborhood I grew up in. It was very diverse. And so I think there's an important point of connecting the west side and east side, but I would hate to lose authenticity of the west side. That's why I chose to live there.
So I mean, are you indicating kind of that you'd be worried that if we connect the two parts of the city better, that it would just start to get all homogenous?
We're already seeing gentrification on the west side, and I'm not saying connecting them, but I want to make sure we're doing it the right way. We're not losing the authenticity or stripping anyone of their identity. And I've seen that happen every day here at the Utah State Legislature.
Yeah.
And I have to remind my colleagues that we're not all the same, and it's okay to be different.
Yeah, look at me. I'm Angela. See, look, I'm different from you people. I'm different.
Well, every day I wake up, I look in the mirror, there's a brown woman looking back at me. And I can't take that away.
Yes.
And I told that to Burgess Owens when he met with my caucus. He was saying, well, I don't see color. And I told him, well, I look at you, I see a black man.
Yeah, I don't see color. That's nonsense. When people say that, but in their behavior says something different, and that's where you know, where you could say I don't. It's just by how you treat other people.
Sure.
You can just
exactly.
Yeah.
I think one thing I'd like to highlight though is I'm continuing my work on sexual assault. In Utah, rape is still higher than the national average, and so a lot of my legislation will be focused on sexual assault this session. And I have a bill in the Senate where if somebody was convicted of rape and a child was a product of that rape, my bill will allow the parent to terminate the rights of that individual, but they would still have to pay child support.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. That's good. And what about there was some controversy over the lie detector test, making rape victims take a lie detector test.
Yeah, and that's my bill. That's still on the House board. It passed committee. Only one person voted against it, and we'll see if that happens on the House floor. But this is just best practices across the country. 25 states have already banned using a polygraph or a lie detector test when interviewing victims of sexual assault. And we have a case here in Utah where someone reported to Doppel that his counselor was inappropriately touching him. Doppel had him take a lie detector test, the victim. It said he was being deceptive, so they kind of dismissed his concerns. And then a few years later, that counselor is being arrested by Provo police for touching his clients inappropriately.
Yeah, and if they had only just listened to the first victim.
Well, and it makes people who are already afraid to come forward say, well, they're not going to believe me anyway, so maybe I won't even come forward.
I wonder how many victims of assault, sexual assault, when they say, well, we're going to have you take a lie detector test, they say, never mind. I'm not going to. I'm just not going to go through with this. Angela?
Well, it re-traumatizes people.
Yes, it does.
I have one quick question for you. So you're there at the legislature. You're in the middle of it. We're all on the outside. What can the rest of us citizens do to let our legislators know that we either support or against things that are being discussed up on the Hill?
Send them an email, send them a text, send them a phone call. And it's really about the approach. I may not agree with everything that happens up here, but I might think something in my head, but I'm not going to say it out loud at times. And so I just remind people of that. But what I really emphasize to people, if you don't like what your elected official is doing, and even if it's me, get up and vote, because all these laws that majority of Utahns, I think, don't agree with, like the anti-DEI, the anti-trans, they pass because these individuals are elected to office, and I'm elected to office. And so people don't like that. I'm really encouraging people this election cycle to get out and vote.
All right.
The only way we'll change it.
Angela Romero, thank you very much for talking with us. Have a good day. And
thank you for having me.
All right. Bye-bye.
Got a couple texts. Please tell Angela she does Tooele proud and keep up the good work. So that's nice. Also, can handsome Bill Allred run for governor? Somebody else?
No. Because I would be the guy in the legislature or the governor who would stand up and say to my fellow congressman, "You're an idiot."
Yes.
You'd be censured constantly, probably.
I would be.
You would have a hard time saying, the gentleman from Tooele.
The gentleman from Tooele is an idiot.
Weather traffic, Gina?
Let's see. So we've got spotty sprinkles out there right now. About a 90% chance of rain happening before 2 o'clock today. And as warm as it is right now, you're going to go outside later today and go, this feels just like it did this morning. It's right now as warm as it's going to be. 46 for a high. Overnight lows in the 30s. Looks like we continue this pattern through tomorrow. Saturday looks nice, though. High around 50, mostly sunny. Traffic, let me refresh this. We've had, in spite of the weather, a pretty light commute and not many accidents to tell you about. Yeah, and that remains. Yeah, if you see something, say something. You can text it to us, 33986, and I'll happily pass it along to friends of the program. Knives, NAFS wants their pocket knives in your pocket. Visit their store in Clearfield where they offer knife sharpening and engraving, or visit them at nafs.com/x96 to see products. You can use the code X96 for 20% off. That's nafs.com/x96.
Gina file coming up after some messages.
A Gina file?
A Gina file. But first, Salt Lake Film Society.
Oh, yeah. See the movies that see you at Salt Lake Film Society's Broadway Cinemas. It's Utah's home for independent film. And one of the things they like to do at Salt Lake Film Society is special events. And they're having one for Black History Month. They're showing a bunch of important films made about the Black experience. I Am Not Your Negro, Love and Basketball, Time, which won the documentary directing prize at Sundance. And then, so that's one section they're doing. They're also doing an I'm Just Ryan, a Ryan Gosling a movie, all Ryan movies like Song to Song, Drive, which is a great movie, Only God Forgives, and Blue Valentine. And one last chance to see Barbie on the big screen with friends before the Oscars. So where can you find out about all of these showtimes and buy tickets? You can do that at slfstix.org. You can also become a member of the Red Carpet Club. That gets you early ticket access to special events, 20% off concessions and tickets. All of that available at slfstix.org.
X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Pork Rind, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs in space!
Welcome aboard, gentlemen. I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Pork Rind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strangeport.
Hello, elders.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the next life, and forever and ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah.
Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as?
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the fold.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where I
Begin to assault our guest with karate chops.
No, wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen.
No. What I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no reason why you can't be sealed to one another.
Captain Hogthrob can marry people! You guys wait right here while I find my Kermie!
Will Elder Jensen get sent home for telling pigs and frogs that they can marry one another? Will Captain Link Hogthrob get sent home for marrying a pig and a frog? Will Kermit the Frog find a way to get our elders off the Muppet Show and back into normal space? Find the answers to these and far more exciting questions on the next tail-curling episode of Space Elders!
There I am. It's the Hoops Vision Studio. Hi.
Katie's trying to reset the phones, and so guess what? I'm running the board, everybody.
That'll be fun. Well, we can.
You were just going to tell me some stories here.
Well, I have this file that I keep, a news file, and it's right here somewhere.
Is it named the Genophile?
It is named the Genophile.
Is a Genophile somebody who's very interested in me?
Believe it. Oh, there it is. I thought I'd lost it.
Oh, no.
Now, this is where I save stories that I think you will like or that will gross you out or that will have some meaning in your life.
Oh, meaning? That's a nice thing.
And in the Genophile, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 stories right now. Some of them you have, I think I've mentioned before, and you've skipped them over. But I'll let you pick 1 or 2.
Okay.
So here we go. Making your bed every morning could shorten its lifespan.
Shorten my bed's lifespan?
Your bed's lifespan. Yeah.
I don't see how that's possible.
2 in 5 Americans skip social events due to skin flare-ups.
Can I just skip them because I just don't want to go?
You may need that. How to spot hidden cameras in your Airbnb. Yeah. Missing Florida woman Nicole Baldwin search party raided by police. Woman attacked by shark in Sydney Harbor.
That's why I don't go in the water.
Well, don't go in the Sydney Harbor.
No.
16 recent U.S. foodborne epidemics that'll make you cringe.
I think we already had raw chicken guy. I don't want any more of that.
Shark attacks are on the rise worldwide.
Yep.
4 feminine traits that men go absolutely wild for, according to experts. These are the worst things about using public toilets. And she stole his memory card, and now it's the center of his murder trial. So those were all stories that I thought you would probably find interesting. Is anyone you want me to talk about?
Let's talk about the bathroom one.
These are the worst things about using public toilets.
Yes.
All right. This is a story that I've had since, just earlier this month.
Oh, okay.
The worst things about having to use a public restroom include they did a survey.
Okay.
And they said,
asking people what
the
they
worst
hate
thing?
about. Okay.
First, 60% of respondents said pungent smells.
Yeah.
71% said unflushed toilets.
Yes.
I really hate that. You know, you go now. Our toilets here
Self-flush.
They self-flush.
I don't see how people could walk away knowingly not
yeah, it's gross.
flushing. I don't
know.
I don't know how that happens.
Blockages, 59%. Other unpleasant parts of the experience include unexplained stains on the walls and cubicle doors that don't lock. 6 in 10.
They don't all line up right.
Yeah. More than 6 in 10 adults, 61% claim they don't trust the hygiene of others. I think it should be 10 out of 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Isn't it? With over half dreading the thought of needing to use the facilities away from home. I don't.
That's why you do the preventative pee before you leave the house.
Always.
Even if you think you don't need to. I tell my kids this when they were little.
And
go
then
use the bathroom before we go.
And then you take Imodium or something, don't you, so that you don't have to poop while you're on vacation?
Right, yeah. I'll deal with that one.
I don't understand that at all.
Which is horrible for your health.
Don't you get really bad stomach pains with that?
I mean, it depends on how long you're going. I don't really do it on vacation. I do it for camping.
Yeah.
Because
Gina cannot poop in the woods.
No.
Gina just
a bear does, but I do not.
80% of the 2,000 people surveyed said that they would only use a public toilet if it was completely unavoidable. And in order to make the visit more bearable, nearly half, 46%, would wipe down the seat before use. 52% of women say, I hover rather than sit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how you do that.
It's good for your quads.
Yeah, it's great. I do that at festivals.
Oh, my
Porta
quads.
potties have trained me very well.
Yeah. Oh, my quads. Let's see. People say people say they hold on to their bags and things because they don't want to put their belongings on the floor.
Yeah, of course.
A thing that must go is stalls that don't have hooks.
Yes, I agree.
Because do you know what I've done before? Hang it around my neck. You know, so I don't.
And hover.
Yeah, exactly.
You must be, I'll bet you're really strong.
Yeah, at least the legs are.
This study was commissioned by a toilet cleaning brand in Great Britain called Blue, B-L-O-O. Blue. They found
that like the blue water?
I don't know.
Do people still do the blue water?
I've seen a couple of places, but not often.
I used to think that was really cool. You could hang that little thing in the tank, and it'd make the water blue.
I know you can still buy them, but I don't know many places that use them.
It says Londoners, 58% of Londoners are content with using a restroom open to the public, believing the standard of cleanliness is under par, but they'll use it.
But London is one of those places that's hard to find a public toilet. It's not just...
Yeah.
Or sometimes you have to pay.
In Amsterdam, there's a public toilet that it's like open air.
What?
It's I don't know how to describe it. You
it's
walk
not an
in
enclosed space?
No, it is enclosed, but you walk in through a little tunnel and it kind of winds around, and then there's a place where you pee.
It's not like there's no roof on it.
No roof.
No
roof. Just and no door or anything.
So no privacy.
I mean, somebody can walk in on you,
right?
But they can't see you from the street or the sidewalk, or the canal.
Because it's a spiral.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a spiral. And I've mentioned before, I've been in public restrooms that are co-ed in New York, like at nightclubs and stuff. It's just where, like, there'll be a long trough where there'll be guys peeing, and women will come in and use stalls.
So at University of Oregon, they had...
and I was fine with it. I don't...
They have these really cool bathrooms, which I think we should have more of, and it would help get rid of all of this craziness. It's just a big bathroom with a bunch of different locking door stalls. There's no
There's
male
no
or
urinal or
There's
anything.
no urinal. It is like there's 20 just individual locking stall doors, and everybody comes out and you wash your hands.
You go in there and lock the door, and you can do all kinds of stuff in there.
But we should just have more. Here's a bathroom with a bunch of locking stalls. That's what we have, and everybody can use it.
I was down at the fairground. I don't know if I was at the state fair or a concert or something, but here at the fairgrounds in Utah, in Salt Lake, and the bathrooms were jammed with people. The men's room was full of, and the women's, there was a big line, and I was in the men's room, and all of a sudden I hear this woman's voice saying, "I'm coming in. I cannot wait.
I can't wait.
I am coming in there.
Okay.
Is there an open stall?" And all the men went, "Yeah, okay, fine." And there were guys standing at urinals and stuff.
Yeah.
All she sees is your back. I mean,
Anyways.
Big deal. All right. Anyway, that's it. The Genophile.
Thank you.
Weather, traffic?
Weather. It's raining. Traffic. Actually, hearing from some Infinity members out there about traffic. Snow building up on the roads in Park City. Traffic backed up to Jeremy Ranch. Thanks, Trapper. No, thank you, Trapper, for sending that in. Somebody else said it's snowing up in Ogden, too. Caution through Sardine Canyon. Winter driving conditions there. Turtle speed northbound between Provo and North Orem. Not sure the cause yet. Thank you. You are all Infinity members. Raining and Draper, another friend of the program, says. Appreciate all of that. They sent those in via text at 33986. Attention, freeloaders. The next secret contest gives you tickets to see AJR at the Delta Center in July. Go to x96.com to learn how you can win.
All right, we've got Beat Gina coming up. And do we have a prize for that?
Yes, the prize for Beat Gina is Social Distortion tickets. X96 welcomes Social Distortion Saturday, May 25th at the Union.
Social Distortion tickets. If you can beat Gina, call in right now, 877-602-9696. And if you win, you could get Social Distortion tickets. We'll be back after this and a song.
Hi, I'm Todd New.
All right. Well, it just got really, really cold in here.
What? Hello.
Well, we have a new guest in the studio.
Yes, it's I'm Frank's sister, Francis Christ.
Francis Christ. So Frank Christ not available today?
No, he's taking a much-deserved vacation.
I didn't know you guys could Reapers could get vacation.
I didn't know Reapers could have brothers or sisters.
That's a question too. Yeah.
My name is Francis Christ, and Frank is the Reaper of celebrities. He's the famous people. Well, I have my specialty too.
Oh, what is that?
I am the Reaper of people who have home improvement shows.
It's very specific.
Home improvement shows,
Francis,
and the occasional chef.
Now, are you like Frank in that you love home
I
improvement?
love home improvements. I love home improvement shows, and I love the hosts. I just can't get enough of them. Paige Davis, oh my gosh, what a wonderful human being Paige Davis is. You know, her name's Paige now.
Yeah, well, she did. She married Patrick Page.
I know that. I couldn't begin. Now, I don't have to worry too much because most of the home improvement people are quite young. But Bob Vila better watch out.
Oh, okay. So, can I call you Franny?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My name is Francis.
Francis.
Francis Chris. And you know, my brother's name is Francis as well.
Oh.
But he insists on going by Frank.
I did. We'll have to take
The
that up with
family
him.
of Francises.
When he comes back. Well, Francis, I appreciate you filling in today because we do have these Depeche Mode tickets we need to give away. They're coming to Vivint Arena on November 18th. And do we have a
Looks like, we lost Melanie, so let's
Oh,
go.
no. Is Melanie dead?
I don't know, but we've got Ben.
We've lost Melanie.
Ben, are you there?
Ben, hello.
I am. Good morning.
Lovely. Good morning.
Ben, we're going to play the game. Today it's Francis Christ presents They're Fine. They're just fine. I've brought, by the way, Ben, I should ask, how are you? Ben?
Ben?
Are we new?
I'm here.
How are you, Ben?
I'm good. How are you?
No,
I guess I'm fine. Just fine.
That's right. All right. Ben, I have this list of 4 celebrities that Frank has left me. 3 on this list are fine. They're just fine. But one of them is gone, and it is your job to figure out which one is dead. Are you ready to do that, Ben?
I'm ready.
And Katie, are you ready to do that?
I'm ready.
Okay. I think we're all ready.
Let's go then. Oh, I have to start, don't I?
Yes. You're going to tell us who the list is, and then
he's.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
I think. All right, Ben. Is it Ben?
Ben, yes.
Okay, Ben.
Okay, we're good.
All right, Ben, here are the celebrities, and then you tell me which one is no longer with us. Number 1. Oh, these are all actors who've played Peter Pan.
Oh.
Yes. Number 1, Jeremy Sumpter. He played Jacob in the disaster film Into the Storm. He played J.D. McCoy in the series Friday Night Lights. Sumpter did all of his stunts for the film Peter Pan himself. He practiced his sword fighting, and he trained for 5 hours a day. He's quite the little actor. He's not so little any longer. As a matter of fact, while they were making Peter Pan, he grew several inches during the production, and they had to build a whole different window for him to fly out of at the end of the show.
Okay.
Number 1 on the list, Jeremy Sumpter. Number 2, Peter Pan, Kathy Rigby. It was a girl. Her performance in the Summer Olympics helped popularize the sport of gymnastics in the U.S., and then after she retired from the gymnastics, she was tired of, swinging around on the bars and things. She became a great television actress. Oh, I shouldn't use the word great. She became a television, I don't even know if I should say actress. Okay. She appeared on TV.
Okay.
She played Peter Pan for over 30 years.
Wow, okay.
Number 3 on the list is Bobby Driscoll. Bobby starred in some of Walt Disney Studios' best-known live-action pictures, Song of the South, So Dear to My Heart, Treasure Island. He served as the animation model and provided the voice for the title role in Peter Pan, the cartoon, for Disney.
Okay.
Number 3, Bobby Driscoll. And number 4, Levi Miller. He's an actor, and he played Peter Pan in the movie Pan, and that's about all he's done.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go. That's number 4, Levi Miller.
So which one of those is no longer with us, Ben?
I'm going to say number 3.
Bobby Driscoll? You're absolutely correct. Bobby Driscoll, that was a sad story.
Oh.
Frank got him in 1968 at the tender age of 31.
Oh.
You see, he'd become addicted to narcotics.
That'll do it.
So please, boys and girls, stay away from the narcotics. He was sentenced to prison. He was in prison for a long time. He had a bad health, and then he just, poof, died.
He was booped, actually.
Frank took him.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Ben. You've won...
Depeche Mode tickets.
Yeah.
Coming to Vivint Arena on
Super
November
excited.
18th.
You sound super excited.
That's great. I appreciate it so much.
Can you just hear the excitement in Ben's voice?
Francis, his name's Ben. You know, like Ben on the Home Improvement show, Hometown. Like,
yes. Oh, I love him. He's so he has that gruff beard.
Yes.
And he's not as handsome as Ty Pennington, but he's pretty good.
He's handsome in his own way.
And he's pretty young and hardy, and I won't have to take him for years. Well, listen, it's time for me to go.
Okay. All right, Ben, hang on.
Maybe I'll come back tomorrow. I don't know. I don't have an electric scooter like Frank does.
Bummer.
He thinks he's so environmentally conscious. I ride a bicycle.
Oh, even better.
Even better. Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, Francis.
Enjoy that song. And now it is time for Beat Gina. Is it brought to you by anything?
X96 welcomes Social Distortion Saturday, May 25th at the Union. Tickets are on sale now. Find ticket links and more at x96.com.
Well, get up off that park bench. Pull up your sweatpants. It's time to play Beat Gina, the game show loved by exhibitionists everywhere. I'm your Tang-loving announcer, Johnny Ola. Say, for breakfast tomorrow, make sure you have some Tang instant orange juice powder on hand. No more squeezing, no unfreezing. You make Tang fresh right out of the jar. And Tang has more vitamin C than Mother Nature put in the finest orange. Tang has been NASA's choice for astronauts since Gemini 4. Why not choose it for your family, too? And make sure you try Tang Grape, Tang Strawberry, Tang Pineapple, and Tang Mango, too. You'll love them all. And now, here's your host, me, Johnny Ola.
Johnny, you're doing it all today.
Yes, I'm filling in for your wonderful host, Kerry Jackson. I don't know as I'll be able to measure up, but I'm willing to try.
You'll be just great.
Will you keep score, Katie?
You bet.
All right. Do we have a contestant?
We do. Our contestant is Justin. Justin, are you there?
Yep, I am.
Hi, Justin. Justin, Katie's going to flip a coin to see who goes first. So what will it be? Will it be heads or tails?
I'm going to go with heads.
Heads it is.
Heads.
Justin, you are one step closer to winning these tickets to see Social Distortion Saturday, May 25th at the Union.
All right, Justin, here we go. Is this all Silence of the Lambs trivia?
Nope, it's a mixture of different things.
All right, we'll start off with a Silence of the Lambs trivia question for Justin. Here we go. Justin, when Sir Anthony Hopkins, my close personal friend.
Oh, you know him.
Oh,
That's
I do.
Cool.
When his agent called him in London to tell him that he was sending him a script called The Silence of the Lambs, what was his immediate thought? Was it, 1, he finally got to reuse his sheep costume from Halloween?
Mm-hmm.
2, he might be going up for a children's movie?
Mm-hmm.
3, he was a fan of Sherry Lewis and thought it was her biopic? Or 4, he had never done voices for animation and was not sure he'd be any good?
I'm going to go with 4.
He might never have done voices for animation. No, I'm sorry. That's incorrect.
Oh.
Gina?
If it's not that one, then it must be he thought it might be a children's movie.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's 1 point for Gina. And I believe it's Gina's question, the next one. Is that correct? Here we are. All right. This is a toy trivia
Classic
question.
toys.
Classic toys.
yes.
Okay.
What, Gina?
Yes.
What is printed on the cheek of every Cabbage Patch Kid?
On the
now,
cheek.
Is it on the butt cheek? Or
It's
the
a butt cheek.
It's a butt cheek.
All right. Let's see. Is it number 1? Numbers, a series of 6s. 3 6s to be exact. Is it 2, the name of the inventor? Is it 3, an advertisement for Preparation H? Or 4, a cabbage?
I believe it is the signature of the inventor of the Cabbage Patch doll.
That is correct. That's 2 points for Gina. And now, who is it?
Justin.
Justin. We'll go back to Justin.
Yes.
All right, Justin, here we go. This is also a classic toy trivia question. Justin, what classic toy has helped soldiers in Iraq find booby traps? Is it 1, the fake poo launcher catapult? Number 2, G.I. Joe? Number 3, the mighty Thor wind-up toy scooter? Or number 4, Silly String?
I'm going to go with, number 4.
Silly String is correct.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How, but
I don't
okay.
know. It helps them find booby traps.
I assume maybe lasers. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea.
That's
that's a good guess, Katie.
That's a point for Justin. And so now it's back to Gina. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Gina has 2 points?
Correct.
This could be it for you, Justin. Let's see. This is Nick Nolte trivia.
Okay.
Because it was his birthday sometime. Let's see. Nick Nolte was considered for the role of Superman Clark Kent in Superman 1978, which went to Christopher Reeve.
Yes.
Legend has it that he wanted to play the role as a what? Nick Nolte wanted to play the role of Superman as a what?
Okay.
Is it number 1, a Scientologist? Number 2, a dual role, a different actor to play Clark while he played Superman? Number 3, Jerry Lewis voice while Clark, or 4, a schizophrenic?
I'm going to say different actor to play Clark and different actor to play Superman.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
no.
okay.
No, you have a chance to steal and I believe tie the game, Justin.
All right. I'm going to go number 4, schizophrenic.
Schizophrenic is correct.
Okay.
That's tied the game. Is that correct?
Yep. Superman's not schizophrenic.
Well, no. That's why they didn't give the role to Nick Nolte, because Nick Nolte is a schizophrenic. All right, Justin, it's tied, and you could win with this. Let's go with another Nick Nolte question. In 1992, Nick Nolte was chosen as People Magazine's what? Scariest Man Alive. 2, Sexiest Man Alive. 3, Hairiest Man Alive. Or 4, Best Actor of the Year.
Oh, boy, the pressure. Sexiest Man Alive.
Yes.
I mean, I don't see it really.
That was a really easy question, wasn't it? You win, Justin. Congratulations.
What? You're acting like we were just gonna give him these tickets no matter what.
We
Johnny.
were.
We
were.
You beat me, Justin. So you get tickets to see Social Distortion May 25th at the Union. Folks can find more information about that show at x96.com.
Congratulations, Justin. Hang on the line and somebody will tell you what you need to do next. It's Splitsville for me. I'm part of a study about people with mad cow disease.
Okay, see you, Johnny. Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye.
We're going to pivot to news here.
Yeah.
Brought to you by...
Oh, good. I'm glad I'm back.
Thanks, Bill. Bill's a workhorse, everybody.
Whew.
He is a workhorse. Seahorses, squid, sharks, and more. Dive in and meet some of the ocean's strangest and most amazing creatures in a new IMAX film called Secrets of the Sea, now playing at Clark Planetarium in downtown Salt Lake.
I appreciate that, Gina, but you didn't say it right.
Oh.
Bill Allred, handsome workhorse.
Handsome workhorse.
That's right. Superstar singer Adele.
Adele?
I believe it's Adele. But I like Adele. Has been hit by backlash from fans who are facing just huge amounts of money for her concert. The ticket prices are
they're ridiculous.
You got to be rolling in the dough to be
Not
able.
the deep, get it? Huh? It's an Adele song.
Oh yeah, it says
Love it.
actually it says you'll need to be rolling it in deep to afford the 984 pound. I don't know.
This is a British show.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
About $1,000 a seat. Well, the best seat in the house is about $1,000. She's set to perform in Munich after her 18-month Las Vegas residency ends in June. 270,000 people spent hours online in queues when tickets for the concerts were on sale last week. Affordable seats cost just £60 at the outdoor arena in Munich. Those quickly sold out, and they're not great seats. But yeah, the best seats $1,000 a piece. I don't know who would pay that. On Valentine's Day, Marvel Studios, and we mentioned this yesterday, but Marvel Studios announced the long-awaited casting for the Fantastic Four movie.
Yes.
We talked about it a little bit in the last part of the show yesterday, but the Hartfield holiday-themed illustration revealed Pedro Pascal will play the group's leader, Reed Richards, also known as Mr. Fantastic, the Elastic Mr. Fantastic. Vanessa Kirby will play Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman. I don't know who Vanessa Kirby is.
Shit, that name doesn't sound familiar to me. No.
Ebon Moss Bacharach will
Cousin Richie from
play
The
Ben
Bear.
Grimm, also The Thing. And Joseph Quinn, I don't know who that is either.
Joseph Quinn, he is beautiful. He's in the new Stranger Things season. He plays Eddie.
Oh, that guy, yeah. Okay, I know who it is. He'll play Johnny Storm, the Human Torch.
I'm all for that one. I love Joseph Quinn. He is a beautiful actor, so I'm excited.
So there you go.
I looked up Vanessa Kirby. She was in the new Napoleon that just came out. Fast and Furious presents Hobbs and Shaw.
Okay.
All right.
She's been in a lot of action movies.
Let's see. Another company has given up trying to develop oil shale in the Uinta Basin here in Utah, faced with legal battles, environmental concerns, and money going down the drain. Estonia's national energy company announced that it was wrapping up its fruitless oil shale venture in Utah at the end of last month. Estonia Finance Minister Mart Varkalov said that the company's project in Utah was neither profitable nor promising. Unfortunately, we can see that a mistake has been made, he said. Many have tried to develop oil shale in eastern Utah, and many have failed. The Estonian company, which is the world's largest oil shale processor, so they would know.
So they know what they're doing.
Owns rights and land for 3.5 billion acres of oil shale in the Uinta Basin. Over a decade ago, Estonia planned for its American project to produce 57,000 barrels of oil shale per day. Oil shale is hard, sedimentary rock that can be heated to release synthetic crude oil. It's a thirsty and expensive process that threatens air quality, threatens water quality, and endangered species, and exacerbates global warming, according to the nonprofit Grand Canyon Trust staff attorney Michael Toll. This truly would have been a climate bomb, told the Salt Lake Tribune. I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that this would have been one of the worst, if not the most harmful, single project in the history of the industrial development on the Colorado Plateau.
Well, then the good news is, if it sounds like if this company can't make it happen, then nobody can. So maybe we'll just leave well enough alone.
Oh, well. The Utah legislature is considering amendments to the state's energy policy. The bill text indicates that Utah is not giving up on oil shale. Quote, Utah shall encourage innovation in the development of energy resources, including emerging energy resources, including oil shale. So we're still in the business of trying to find somebody to do it.
I bet they don't. But.
Well, we'll see. Embattled Utah State Board of Education member Natalie Klein met with House Republican leadership behind closed doors last week. That meeting came as the GOP-controlled legislature began grappling with how it would respond to the firestorm of controversy surrounding Klein, resulting from her falsely insinuating that a female high school student athlete was transgender. Legislative leaders denounced Klein's actions immediately after her social media post about the student. Late last week, House Republicans authorized drafting a resolution that could ultimately range from censure to impeachment to address Klein, but there's been little movement in public. A spokesperson for House Republicans confirmed to the Tribune that Speaker Mike Schultz met with Klein on Friday morning.
Did you pause so I could boo him too?
Okay, let me do it again.
Okay.
That Speaker Mike Schultz,
boo!
Republican Hupper, met with Klein on Friday morning before the House voted to draft a resolution in response to her actions. It's unclear what the House leader and school board member discussed.
She bullied a child.
I did hear that she said, "You people haven't been giving me enough time to get my own defense together. I don't have enough."
There is no defense for this.
There should not be.
You give her a year, she will not come with a defense because there is no defense. Although every time I post about this on Twitter, there's still a bunch of people that love her and think she's great and think she's, fighting the good fight.
Right.
The former mother-in-law of the woman who opened fire at a Houston megachurch tried for years to alert authorities and others, including church staff, about her ex-daughter-in-law's mental health struggles, she said Wednesday. But Wally Carranza said nothing came of her actions. Carranza says she believes systemic failures as well as lax gun laws ultimately led to Sunday's shooting at Pastor Joel Osteen's Lakewood Church, in which Janessa Monero entered the church with her 7-year-old son, opened fire in the hallway. 2 people wounded in the shooting, including her son, who was shot in the head. Moreno was gunned down by security officers that she had exchanged gunfire with.
She was documented mentally ill
and they still
was
sold her
able
a gun.
to buy a gun.
And until we have gun control, let's say it.
Yes.
We need gun control.
Yes, we do.
We need stiffer laws. We need stiffer penalties. We need to take the wind out of the NRA and the gun manufacturers. Guns are this is a public health epidemic.
Yep.
I forget how many thousands of people have been killed in the last just 365 days.
Yep.
Like it was 1,020 or something like that in mass shootings. And the craven Republican Party doesn't they block every effort to do something about
Bill,
it.
it's my right to have that.
just... an invaluable national treasure has been stolen from a Colorado storage shed. In a Facebook statement, the Inglewood Police Department said an invaluable historical painting depicting George Washington was taken from a storage facility in Santa Fe Drive, just south of Denver. The gold-framed painting is 24 inches by 30, was created in the early 1800s. They don't really know. I mean, they can't estimate its value because it's so historical.
It's invaluable.
Yeah, it's invaluable. Why is it in a storage shed?
No, isn't it hanging in a museum somewhere?
A reward for $2,000 is being offered for it. And then finally this, in Bampur, India, an Indian woman who was thought to be dead woke up moments before she was about to be cremated. Buji Aama from Brahmanpur, India, was severely burnt in a fire in her home on February 1st. She was taken to a hospital with burns covering half her body, and she returned home where she remained in a bad state. A few days later, she couldn't open her eyes because the family were unable to get her to another hospital due to poor finances. Her husband believed she had died and arranged for her to be taken to the cremation ground in a hearse. So she's horribly burned in a fire, and then they're going to go burn her. We thought she was dead, informed others in the locality of a hearse. A woman saw her open her eyes and said, "Initially we were scared. We had never seen such a thing happen." The driver of the hearse was called back to collect her, living and breathing from the cremation ground. Only half an hour later, she was taken home in the same hearse. And
terrible.
And it doesn't say how she's doing now. My guess is
not great.
They took her home for a while, but
Yeah.
they'll be going back to the cremation grounds.
Ugh.
All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic?
This from front of the program, Daniel, for the sports desk. Biggest sporting event coming to town this week. WWE champ Roman Reigns and The Rock will be at the WWE SmackDown tomorrow in Salt Lake. The Rock in town.
Boo!
No. We like
I just
The
don't
Rock.
ever get to boo anybody, so I thought I'd just pick somebody.
Where's The Rock going to go to dinner? These are the things that I
Yeah.
want to know.
I don't know.
Be on the lookout for The Rock around Salt Lake this weekend.
He
That's
should be
pretty
easy
cool.
to spot.
Yeah.
He's pretty.
The Jazz lost to the Lakers last night, 138-122. They will probably lose again tonight to the Golden State Warriors. That game is at 7 o'clock. And if you're like, wait a minute, didn't they just play the Golden State Warriors? Yes, this is all the makeup games for the coach that passed away when they were here before. So that's why that is happening. Weather. I've heard from actually several friends of the program who are saying they've got heavy rain starting to snow in Ogden, raining in Orem and Linden and Pleasant Grove. Sardine Canyon has winter driving conditions. Where else did we have? So, yeah, depending on where you are, you're either seeing rain or even snowy conditions for your commute. That should taper off by later in the day. They're saying by 2 o'clock. Most of it should be done. Could see some more overnight tonight, again into tomorrow, about a 30% chance of that. And then Saturday looks beautiful, mostly sunny, 50 for a high. And we're back to rain Sunday, about a 60% chance then. And let me check our traffic, see if we have anything bothering folks. Crash eastbound 24th Street, Washington Boulevard. That's up in Weber County. Crash northbound I-15, milepost 264. That's north of University Avenue in Provo. The left shoulder affected there. Crash southbound I-15, Hillfield Road, milepost 331. And again, you can tell us what's happening with the weather or with the traffic where you are. Very easy to do and become part of our Infiniteam. You just text us when it's safe for you to text, 33986. Locally owned Dogs Meow, our go-to store for food, treats, and nutritional supplements for your cats and dogs, serving the Mill Creek and Draper communities for 28 years and counting. Draper has a DIY dog wash, best of state winner 4 years running. Learn more at dogsmeow.com.
Bill, really fast, from the producer's booth.
Yes.
As of December 7th, at least 40,167 people have died from gun violence in the U.S.
No, wait, what? Since December 7th
Since December,
of last
so
year?
this is last year.
So from December 7th to now.
I think it's calculating of 2023. I'm not sure. But it says it's an average of almost 118 deaths a day, and those of who died, There were 1,360, and 6 were teens, and then 276 were other children. So, yeah. All right. Well,
more guns. That's what we
Katie.
need.
On a happy note, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back with something for you. So stand by for that. KXRK Provo.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehigh, who is suffering from Ponfar.
Ah, Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mates and find man who killed parents. Settle down and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehigh. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
Hi, I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehigh here is Spock. I mean, they mind melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Ponfar.
Ponfar? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snellgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jensen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehigh Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion, and we're way out of our sector. My zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehigh for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another? Tune into our next episode to hear Butch say...
Man, be careful. Do you have to drag my body all over every rock?
Butch, you're alive!
Shh, keep it down. I faked my death so I wouldn't have to kill you. I'm glad to see you're back to being your old self.
I didn't kill you. I didn't. I don't remember much of anything about the past week, though.
Look, just drag me back to my hyperbike and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, we left the quadrant. What's Zone Leader Hansen gonna say?
Well, maybe we just won't tell him.
Well, that would be the logical thing to do.
Huh?
On the next finger-crossing episode of Space Elders!
8:44. We are back. And is this sponsored, Gina?
Oh, you want me to sponsor a list?
Why not?
Sure. Utah's Caucus Night is March 5th. Pick a party, show up for your values. Find out how at womensworkutah.com. Put March 5th on your calendar.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
I found a list.
You did?
Uh-huh.
How'd you do that?
I have a file. You know how you have files?
Mhm.
I have a file.
I have a file, too, that says lists on it.
And this one is 22 things we all do but never admit to.
Let's see if this is true.
Number 1.
So this is positing that we all do these things, but we don't admit it. Okay.
Pass gas in public and pretend it wasn't us. I have never done that.
Right.
I don't believe you.
I don't either.
I don't believe you, and
Never done.
and yes, I have done that. I don't make it a habit, but
I can definitely tell you I blame a lot on Vax when he's around.
Yeah, having dogs is handy for that.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Let's see. A secret talent. Everyone has a hidden talent or weird habit they rarely share with others, whether it's being able to wiggle their ears, remembering obscure facts, being a secretly good singer.
I can balance a yardstick or a baseball bat on the tip of my finger.
Oh, yeah.
And I can move it from finger to finger.
And keep.
Oh, that's cool.
See,
keep it balanced.
I've known you for how many years, and I didn't know you.
I don't know if I can still do it. I haven't done it forever.
Too bad we don't have a baseball bat in here.
Any kind of
a flag? Can
Yeah.
you balance
Would a
it?
flag?
No, that's too light.
I think it's going to be off balance too with
No,
the
and I
side
mean
of
on
the flag
tip,
on it.
The tip.
Oh, like that?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Find me something that's.
I don't know if we have anything, Bill.
Okay. Anyway.
I mean, it'd have to be heavier than this, I think. Okay, there's that.
Okay.
We sometimes talk to ourselves, whether it's rehearsing a conversation or giving ourselves a pep talk or just thinking out loud. Many of us have moments where we chat with ourselves.
That one's definitely not a secret
Boy,
for
I
me.
think that's really stupid. What you
Stupid idiot.
I don't know. Oh, sorry.
I have conversations.
You know why I talk to myself?
Why?
Because I need intelligent conversation.
Hi-yo. I'll pre-have conversations in the shower. Like if I've got a big serious thing I need to.
Just in the shower, though?
The shower is mainly where that happens.
Well,
I mean, fair.
So, like a serious conversation with who?
I don't know, like if we're doing, contract negotiations here
Well,
or something.
I think what we need to do is start having contract negotiations in your shower.
Okay, I will admit I do this next one.
Okay.
Silently judge people at the grocery checkout.
I silently judge people almost anywhere.
But I mean, do you look at the cart and see what they have in there and,
No.
and make judgments about
Yes.
about their choices?
You know what I find myself doing in the line at the grocery store is forgiving people.
Forgiving people?
Forgiving them. The other day, there's this old guy, and I'm waiting in line. There's somebody in front of me, and then he's at the he's at the checkout, and he is fishing through his coin purse to get the money, and it's going on and on and on, and he gives it to the checker, and the checker looks and goes, no, and you can see he says, no, I need it a little bit, and then the old guy's. And I find myself, rather than getting impatient, that's the initial feeling is like, and then I just go.
Feel bad for him.
Not even. It's just.
It's so. I get
just
so
say to
anxious.
I just say to myself, "It's okay, buddy. Just do what you need to do."
Yeah.
Well, and rushing never makes it quicker. It only makes you mess up a little bit more, I think. So.
Yeah.
What did you run into Kurt Bester? What was he buying? What were the two things?
It was a rose and a can of Drano.
Interesting.
A single rose and a can of Drano.
Okay.
Let's see. Everyone has a best and worst friend. While we may not admit it, most of us have a ranking system for our friends. There's someone we really enjoy hanging out with, and some that we tolerate more than we genuinely enjoy.
Now everyone's going to question if they're the worst
yeah,
friend
where
or
are
the
you?
best friend
That's
of ours.
that's actually not true with me because I don't have any friends. So there's no ranking. So there's no ranking to do.
Yeah. We enjoy gossip.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. It's
Sometimes.
I
gossip, but I avoid the drama from it.
We often root for the villain. In movies and TV shows, we sometimes find ourselves rooting for the villain, especially if they're charismatic or have a compelling backstory.
Well, big deal. That's what they want you. I mean, if you're doing it, it's because the creator wants you to do that.
Yeah, they led you there.
Yeah.
It's a sympathetic.
Yeah.
Actually, that's way more interesting than the bad guy just being a bad guy, and that's all there is to
Usually,
him.
most often, the bad guy is more interesting than the hero.
Everybody has regrets. Regrets, I have a few. But some people don't like to admit that they have regret.
I try not to regret anything, but there is one thing which I won't talk about.
Yeah.
But there is one thing in my life that I really regret.
Yeah. We don't always love our family. Now, I would say we don't always like. I mean, I think you can love your family, but I really don't like you right now. I love you, but I
just
don't
can't
like
do it.
you
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
I've had several family members that I despise.
My family's so small, I feel like I can't hate them, or else it just gets smaller.
Yeah.
I gave up on hating them because it was too damaging to my psyche.
For sure,
Now I
yeah.
just despise them.
Yeah.
Because that's better?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't like to share all the time. Whether it's food or possessions or even success, there are times we'd rather not share. We're a little little
Those are my French fries.
I mean, you like to think you would always share. But
There are only a limited number of them on the plate.
I mean, for some reason, my kids argue over Cheez-Its in my house.
Who ate all the Cheez-Its?
Yeah, and like and I tell them I'll get more. This is not the last.
No,
box of Cheez-Its.
Gina, no, that's not the way you
No?
solve that. The way you solve that is you say, "That's it, no more Cheez-Its in the house."
Like
Now,
who ate
I'll
all the
get
Cheez-Its?
more.
Sometimes we enjoy others' misfortune. That's Schadenfreude is what that is. It's something you might not want to admit to, but sometimes you derive guilty pleasure on seeing other people fail, especially if we perceive them as rivals or we just don't like them. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see Donald Trump fail in things. I enjoy that.
Yeah, I'd like to see him trip and just face plant.
That too, yeah.
That'd be great.
But then there'd be like an orange face on
Yeah,
the
that'd
cement.
be cool. That'd be cool.
Smear.
Exactly.
We're not always happy.
It would become a MAGA shrine.
Ugh.
We're not always happy.
Not always happy.
No kidding.
No, I didn't finish it.
Oh.
We're not always happy for other people when they're having happiness or success. Sometimes you might be envious or resentful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you can't be happy.
You know why that is? We're human.
Oh, wait. Okay, this one I'm going to skip to the end.
Okay.
I'll read that one at the end.
Okay.
We don't always know what we're doing. No matter how confident we appear, there are times we're just winging it and hoping for the best.
Yeah, remember that one time that I took over the show and became the producer
Yeah.
overnight?
You didn't know what you were doing.
Absolutely not.
So I remember on my 8th birthday, I said, "That's it. I'm just winging it," and I've been doing it ever since.
There you go.
You're doing a pretty good job. You got me fooled.
Just winging it.
We're more like our parents than we like to admit. As much as we might resist it, we often find ourselves repeating the patterns and behaviors of our parents.
That has become so noticeable between me and my brother, and it's just I'm exactly like my mom. I've come to find out.
I don't think that's true of me. I'm not.
No?
No.
Finally, this. We often lie about being fine.
All the time.
Just fine.
No.
Fine is often a cover-up for a range of emotions we're feeling, but choose not to express. I'm fine.
No, I let people know every single little thing that bugs me, every pain I feel.
You never just say, I'm fine.
When I'm passing people in the hall, I go, "How's it going?" "Fine." That's the only time.
So that's a lie if you're not. I mean,
What am I supposed to do? I'm going to stop them. Say,
But
"Here."
don't you know people that are super honest about? I know you're
Yes.
saying you are as a joke, but people that when you, the greeting is meant to be over with soon. How are you? Fine. You're not there to have a big conversation with them, but they will go, oh. I don't know.
I don't.
Not doing so good.
I don't know.
Oh, this happened and that happened. And
That doesn't happen to me because I just ignore them.
People have just learned.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, whatever.
Whatever. I really didn't want to know. I was just trying to be nice,
Yeah.
and you're supposed to be fine, and then we're supposed to move on. And no, there are people that will tell you every single thing that's going on with them. I wanted to end on fine, just because
Because I'm fine.
you're fine. I'm just fine.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right.
I find it really disconcerting. Somebody in the texting says, "How long's Carrie going to be gone?" That's the tone I get
Hey,
from
we're
it.
doing the best we can.
How long's Carrie going to be gone?
Carrie flies the ship and is the director mostly, and so when he's here, we are winging it like Bill's been doing since he was 8 years old.
Exactly.
We will all be back full strength on Tuesday. We have President's Day off.
Is that new? Do we?
No, I think we've always had President's Day off. Yeah. Sports or weather traffic?
Yeah, rain and or snow, depending on where you are. We've heard from different friends of the program saying that they're seeing issues, mostly up north, though, like Ogden, Sardine Canyon, I guess, is winter driving conditions up there. But we also heard from folks in Utah County saying they were seeing some there as well. Let me refresh my UDOT, see if I've got any new traffic to tell you about. Crash US 189, 3 miles southeast of Provo at milepost 12. There's a crash there. Crash southbound I-15, milepost 331, Church Street in Layton, right shoulder affected. Crash northbound US 89, Antelope Drive in Davis County, right shoulder affected there. And a crash eastbound 24th Street, Washington Boulevard up in Ogden. Crash northbound I-15, just north University Avenue in Provo, milepost 264. And you are welcome to let us know what you're seeing as far as weather is or traffic, or you want to, tell us you're fine or not fine. You can do all of those things. 33986.
All right, we've got a boner recap coming up just after some commercials and a song, and you could win.
You could win Mark Norman tickets.
Mark Norman tickets. So all you have to do is call 877-602-9696. Line up now. And if you don't know who won the boner or you weren't listening this morning, don't worry. It's on our website. You can go check it out right there. Now, some Ran Life, Bill.
RanLife.com/X96. Ran Life, local mortgage company, been serving people along the Wasatch Front for a long time now. But they've got some news about how you can qualify for a home loan with an incredible 3.75% interest rate. With Ran Life's 3-in-1 ARM, or that's adjustable rate mortgage. Ran Life's 3-in-1 ARM is your golden ticket to an affordable house, the house you've dreamed of. With that 3.75% interest rate, you can qualify for a larger loan amount, get a lower mortgage payment, and turn your dream into an address. Ran Life has some of the best loan pricing and best loan officers in the game. I've dealt with them for years, and they are terrific. Reach out to learn more by visiting ranlife.com/X96. The experts are there ready to answer your questions. On approval of credit, restrictions do apply. 3.75% interest rate. APR is 6.97%. ranlife.com/X96. I feel bad that I don't have any wonderful stories to tell you about the weekend, the long weekend we
You don't
had.
have any wonderful? Do you have any?
I don't have any
terrible stories.
No story. I didn't do anything.
You didn't do anything?
No.
I went to dinner.
Where'd you go to dinner?
Table X.
Did they do the thing where they tell you a paragraph about everything on the?
Well, it wasn't a paragraph, but it was.
It's a detailed description.
Of everything that I had.
I think I would find that annoying.
It was kind of interesting, actually. They've cut it down from a paragraph apparently to just a sentence
lines,
or so.
yeah.
We get this from here, and that was delicious.
Did you do anything?
Well, my husband was fishing.
Oh, that's right.
He went on a fishing trip.
That's what he said.
Sure.
Well,
I'm going fishing,
I'm
honey.
going
Doink,
fishing.
doink.
And I'm like, it's really cold. You're really going fishing?
Yes.
People fish in the cold.
Which means my kids and I ate crappy and watched crappy TV while he was. I watched a Dateline on Friday that made me so mad.
Why?
Because they got it wrong.
They got it wrong? They never get it
No,
wrong.
I mean, why did you watch Dateline?
Because my husband was fishing. I already told you. So it was Footprints in the Snow was the title of it, and it was about this girl that was abducted from her house, like back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Long. Did you watch it, Carrie?
No.
Oh.
Sue has them on while I walk through Italy.
Oh.
So I don't pay attention.
And so I'm watching this go, and usually when you're watching it, you figure it out. You're like, oh, okay, this is what happened. And I did that in my mind. I'm like, okay, this guy did it. Of course. That is not the guy they arrested and put in prison. I almost want to go and, like, be at Amnesty International to get this guy out of... the wrong guy got convicted of this
How do you
murder.
know?
I can just tell.
Oh, God. I can spot a guilty person a mile away.
The guy that they put in is just a crazy guy that was obsessed with this case, but he didn't kill her. He was obsessed with it.
Well, who did?
Well, conveniently, the guy died of a drug overdose many years ago, so they can't get him. So they got to get somebody.
Yeah.
I was so upset. I'm like, they got the wrong guy.
Wouldn't you rather them arrest somebody than
That's what
never
I'm
solve
thinking.
it?
I am thinking this
I
is
think
a
that's
case
what you should
of
do.
this guy's a crazy weirdo. We may as well put him in prison instead of nobody in prison.
You want to leave the you want the family to be satisfied that you've done something.
Exactly.
So if you don't know who it is, just arrest somebody and put them in jail.
Let's arrest that guy. He's been bugging people.
Exactly.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Oh, no, wait. Gina.
Uh-oh.
You need to listen.
Is there a podcast about this?
Sue says there's a podcast about it. They did get the right guy.
Are you sure?
That's what the podcast says. So
Because I think it was
because she knows what you're talking about.
I think it was the druggy son that lived across the street.
And I think she felt initially the same way, but then she looked into it.
Well,
so
there you go.
So everything's fine.
I trust your wife. Your wife looks into these things.
Well, So I thought you could just tell, Gina.
So I watched that, and then I also watched...
She knows better than the police,
I watched the documentary about the Sarah Lawrence cult.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the kids, the college kids, that one of their dad came and started sleeping on the couch there, and then he, started a cult with these kids.
Yeah. I watched part of a documentary. Jeff Bridges.
Yes.
Narrating, and it was the story of Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Jeff Bridges.
And
yes, I saw that one.
And it was so boring, I shut it off about halfway. It was just like, okay, this is
It was more performances than a documentary. Really.
Creedence is fine. I like them a lot. They were very popular. They were very successful, but it was just boring.
That was because that footage was never seen before.
Right.
And that's why it was special.
I didn't even get to the footage at the Royal Albert Hall.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to that.
That was leading up to that, and then it was just pretty much a concert.
Right.
So
and
that's why.
Well, and it was pretty much them singing songs up to that time. I thought, well, why do I want to watch them sing those songs over again at the Royal Albert Hall? I just don't want to watch it, so I shut it off. And I watched Hello Tomorrow with Billy Crudup.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Apple.
That's the one Carrie was excited about.
It's got that. It's like it's in the 50s or 60s, but then there's all this space age stuff too.
Well, it's the future that we were told we were going to have. Robots to walk our dogs, and cars float now, and we have jetpacks.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
And it's really cool looking. Unfortunately, the story seems a little thin.
Well, they're stretching it. They're
one. stretching
it out a bit. Is the problem? They need to get to the point.
Yeah,
I can tell something dark is going on.
I like Billy Crudup in it. He's good. I've forgiven him now for Mary Louise Parker.
There's just this great scene where this automated truck pulls up to a house to drop off a package, and it kills this woman.
The package does.
The truck.
The truck
backs up
into
the house.
Into the house, backs up over her, drops off the package, and then leaves. And she's there, mangled. But everyone's still, hey, how you doing?
The truck, the automated truck was pretty cool too because the windshield was a cartoon stork driving it, but it was, just like a cartoon saying, "Hey, everybody, have a good day. Hi."
Okay.
But it's selling timeshares on the moon.
Yeah. Hank Azaria.
Or are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Okay.
And Billy Crudup has sold this lie so many times that he now kind of believes it.
There were 2 episodes available, I think, right? I just
3.
watched one. Oh, there are 3.
Go through this. Get to the second one. It starts to advance.
Okay,
a little bit
I'll
more.
give it another chance.
The first one, Sue made the same point about the first episode, but they're setting up a lot of chess pieces here. So.
It just looks so damn cool.
Yeah.
It's really great looking.
But yeah,
somebody art directed the hell out of it.
But then also at the same time, I felt like they went, "Oh, this is going to be expensive. Let's cut back a little." I kind of got that feeling.
I didn't see that,
but I hope that the characters are a little more. I hope they get more developed.
Yeah,
like Hank Azaria's character so far. Oh, he's a gambling addict, and that's all.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about him.
Now I gotta go listen to this damn podcast.
I'm gonna send it to you.
You know that Cold podcast too that Amy that did Talking Cold.
Yeah.
That's available now, and it's just weird for me to listen to it because
you know people.
I know the killer. Well, he was never prosecuted for it.
You know the suspected.
Yeah.
You know the suspect.
And he did a lot of time in jail for other things, but and I didn't know the victim, Cherie Warren, but I know lots of other people they mention, and it's all places I know. And they went to Polk Avenue and down Washington Boulevard, and
Be careful, Bill. You might be a suspect.
I could have been.
You sound kind of involved.
Well, I was a little bit back in the day. As a matter of fact, the guy who does that podcast, I asked Amy. I said, I had personal contact with with this Kerry Hartman guy who was suspected of. She was his girlfriend, and I said I knew him, and I had a lot of contact with him, and maybe he would want to talk to me about on the podcast. He never got a hold of me.
Well, at least you're not,
So the police
suspect
come knocking on your door?
I'm not. On a Dateline.
No, I'm not a suspect.
And then I'll watch it on Dateline, and I'll say you didn't do it, Bill.
Okay, thanks.
Because I can tell.
Thanks.
In Centerville.
Centerville.
Yep, Centerville. He was checking in. He said, "Where's Kerry?" I'm like, "I think we've told you. He's on a cruise, and we'll be all back on Tuesday. Everything's fine, even in Centerville. Everything is fine."
Well, never mind.
Boner recap?
Yes, indeed, the Boner recap. This is wherein a person on the phone will listen to me recite the Boner candidates again, and then they will point to the one that is the winner. Well,
they'll point to it.
They'll have to say
it's
it.
that one right there.
If you just point to it, I won't know. So you'll have to say it, and then you'll win a prize, and that prize is
tickets to Live at the Eccles presents Mark Normand. Apparently, Jerry Seinfeld thinks he's a great comedian.
He's a great comedian.
Saturday, February 17th at the Eccles Theater. If you want to buy tickets, they're on sale now, and you can find yours at x96.com.
He's up and coming.
He's up and coming.
Yeah. So do we have a contestant?
We do. We have Joe. Are you there?
Hi, Joe.
Yes, I am.
Where are you, Joe? Where are you calling from?
I'm in Grantsville right now.
Oh, okay.
Grantsville.
How's the weather in Grantsville?
Grantsville. It's not great.
Okay. Well, let's see if
is it ever?
I don't know. I'm not too familiar with Grantsville. I don't think I want to be, but
All right. All right. Now, I'm going to read these 3 Boner candidates to you. You tell me which one was the winner, and you'll win those tickets to see the comedian at the Eccles Theater. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. I'm so excited to be talking to you guys right now.
Oh, that's
Thanks.
nice of you.
What do you do, Joe?
We do water wells.
Really?
Like.
So you get are you a dowser? Do you get one of those sticks and a water witch?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm wandering around Grantsville with a stick right now.
It tastes great.
There you go.
Stick wandering.
All right, Joe, did you hear the boner candidates earlier, by the way?
Yes, I did.
This is in the bag then. So
Today and every day.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
You're doing all the right things, Joe.
Number one, deputy is a bit high-strung. These two deputies, actually, they had a suspect in the car. I think he was handcuffed and sitting in the back of their car.
Ugh.
And these deputies were just too edgy or something. An acorn fell out of a tree and hit the top of the cop car. One of the deputies thought it was a gunshot. Shots fired! And they both started blazing away at the car with the suspect in it.
It's a miracle nobody died.
I don't think he was even injured. I don't know. So that not only are they too high-strung, they're just terrible shots, I guess. Boner candidate number 2 was, I'm not doing this for social media likes. I'm doing it for the diarrhea and the vomiting.
Ugh.
A man in Florida, 26 consecutive days of eating raw chicken. He says, I'm going to keep doing this until I get sick. I'm not doing this for likes on Instagram. I'm doing it. Yeah, you are. Yes, you are. And then boner candidate number 3. My family was not involved in the slave trade. As a matter of fact, my dad was a white slave. This is a white Kentucky Republican woman, legislator, saying that her father was a slave. Her white father was a slave.
No, he wasn't.
He was not. First of all, her father, he was at best a sharecropper, we would say.
He may have had a crummy life, but he wasn't a slave.
No, he was not. So that was number 3. And Joe, which one was the winner?
Yeah, it's winter. White people going to get a break, right?
Yeah.
Numero tres.
Yes, that's right.
White people gonna get a
Come
break.
on, let's give white people a break.
You did it. You've got the tickets to see Mark Norman live at the Eccles this Saturday, February 17th.
Joe, you have acquitted yourself very well on this phone call. Congratulations.
Hang on.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Hang on the line, and
No, wait a minute,
somebody will help you out.
Katie.
I love you, Gina.
Say it again, Joe.
I said I love you, Gina.
Oh, I love you too, Joe.
There you go.
See you later, Joe.
All right, hang on.
Hang on.
I mean, I don't know, Joe. I probably shouldn't say I love him.
Yeah, that was a little much.
You love your husband, Joe.
Exactly.
How about that?
He's the Joe of my dreams.
There you go.
Do we have a minute here?
Can you save it?
Yeah.
Okay. Save it for me, and we'll come back with it, and then we'll have some news.
Bernino.
We'll be back with some news and stuff after these really fast Big O Tires.
Big O Tires, the team you trust, and I certainly do trust them. The one on 2nd East and South Temple is they're just great there. And you can and I have done this. I've just gone there, I've stopped
Just
on my way
showed up?
home,
Yeah.
just showed up, and they take care of me. But it's really best if you make an appointment online. So you go to bigotires.com. It'll direct you to the location near you, and you can make the appointment.
And there's over 50 locations, so there's going to be one near you, undoubtedly.
Yeah. Big O guarantees the lowest price on every tire every day, and now they're having a sale. You can save up to $160 in rebate savings on select sets of Michelin tires, and you'll get free installation with the qualifying purchase. But that ends February 19th, so take advantage of that.
And they do all the stuff, alignments, oil changes, air, cabin filters, brakes, batteries, all of that. Like we said, go to bigotires.com.
Even though Radio from Hell is the show for people who feel like hell in the morning,
Sensuous. Sensuous. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-S-U-O-U-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn is on the roof of his lovely West Valley bungalow installing some new shingles. His friend LeVar is down below on the porch having a nice cold glass of root beer. Again, the word is sensuous. Looks like you're doing a bang-up job with them shingles, LeGrand. That hole's being patched up just fine.
Well, I got to get this done before the snow flies. I don't want no leaking on my food storage room again this winter.
Well, if you don't want no leaking in the food storage, then you should keep LeGrand Jr. out of there.
What?
Nothing.
Looks like it's kind of hot up there, LeGrand.
Yep. I'm as hot up here as a tin roof cat house.
You're what?
Nothing. Hey, what's that you're drinking down there?
Rut beer. Nice, ice-cold rut beer. Bet you could use some up there.
I could for sure. I'm as hot as a hot dog with mustard and relish.
Well, say, that's pretty hot. Bet you a nice cold Fanta root beer would sure go down good about now.
Yep, I'm really hot, Lamar. I'm so hot that if you was to, hold an old dry Christmas tree next to me, it would just go up like a match.
What?
I'm a hot tamale, Lamar.
Well, that's hot. Hot for sure. Bet you could use a cold drink. Some Fanta root beer, maybe. Like the one I'm sitting here in the Shays Lounge drinking right now.
Yep. I'm a firecracker, Lamar.
Why would you say that, LeGrand?
Never mind. I think maybe I'll just get down. Climb all the way down the ladder and go all the way into the kitchen and maybe get myself a sandwich and a cold drink.
What, cold drink like a rut beer?
Maybe.
Well, what kind of sandwich would you get?
Pickled egg and tuna. Why?
Well, I was thinking that since you was getting down the ladder and going into the house, since you was doing that, maybe you could get me a sandwich as well and another nice cold root beer too? Since you was already thinking about going.
Look out below!
LeGrand, I was nearly... That flat of shingles nearly hit me. You should be more careful. That was an accident, wasn't it, LeGrand?
$16, and time for some big boy news and opinioendo. Is it sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, brought to you by Experience the Magic and Enchantment of Cat and Cauldron, your premier destination for all things occult and metaphysical in Taylorsville. catandcauldron.com.
Well, I forgot I had this in my file. We were talking about gun deaths and mass shootings and all that in light of the shooting in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a website called, it's by everytownresearch.org, everytownresearch.org, Mass Shootings in the United States. And Everytown for Gun Safety Support Fund Analysis. Now, this is the last time they updated this was March of 2023, so they periodically update it. Mass shootings haunt our nation's collective conscience. Each breaking news alert floods the nation with grief, fear, and anger at the countless acts of preventable violence happening in schools, churches, parks, supermarkets, and other places where people are going about their everyday lives. Mass shooting incidents per year, averaging out to 1,000. The latest figures were in the year 2022, there were 636 killings. Since 2015, over 19,000 people have been shot, wounded, or killed in a mass shooting. 19,000. In 2022 alone, over 600 people were killed, with over 2,700 wounded. Both the number of mass shooting incidents and the number of people shot in them have increased every year since 2015.
You know when they went down? When Bill Clinton got rid of assault weapons. They went down then, and they came back when Bush didn't renew that.
Our chat room has found the Gun Violence Archive, where they keep track of everything from injuries, mass shootings, mass murders, teenagers, murder-suicides.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking.
And the Republicans' answer to it is to gun violence is more guns. Yeah. Let's have more guns. That's what we need.
Good
more
guys
guns.
with guns.
Good guys with guns. Police with guns. The police did a great job down in Uvalde, didn't they? Jeez. Lawyers for U.S. Representative Matt Gaetz, Republican of Florida, said the Justice Department has ended its hold on.
Hold on.
Congressional House ethics investigators have obtained a text message allegedly showing that a few months after first joining Congress, Florida Representative Matt Gaetz asked a young woman who at the time had received payments for sex from Gaetz, from Gaetz' then close friend Joel Greenberg, to join him and others on a 3-day trip to the Florida Keys in May of 2017. In the alleged text messages described exclusively to ABC News that the then freshman congressman appeared to message a woman who ABC News is not identifying, asking if she would fly on a private plane to the Florida Keys for a trip with Matt Gaetz, he's the one sending the message, 3 other women and 1 other man. Quote, "Hey, any interest in flying on a private plane to the Keys May 19th through the 20th?" Gaetz wrote. To the woman who was older than 21 at the time. Gaetz then allegedly said that the trip would feature, quote, 2 guys, 4 girls, a very high-quality adventurous group.
High-quality adventurous group.
Yeah, I'm in, replied the woman. Gaetz then allegedly replied, fantastic. As is true with all the time you spend with me, it'll be fun and chill. You have a passport? The messages, if accurate, mark the first known example of alleged direct private communication between the Florida congressman and a woman who his one-time close associate Joel Greenberg, who I believe is in jail, told investigators he had been paying to have sex with other men, according to documents and interviews with multiple sources. There you go. That's one of
There's
your guys.
some good news.
Less Than Zero writer Bret Easton Ellis is set to make his directorial debut.
He hasn't. I guess. Okay.
No, he's a writer.
Yeah.
With his Relapse, an elevated horror film he wrote, starring Stranger Things breakout star Joseph Quinn.
Love him.
Paris-based SND has boarded the project as producer, alongside Adrian Guerrera's Nostromo and Simon Wallen's Kiss and Kill. SND will handle worldwide sales on Relapse as well as French distribution and will tease the title at the EFM with a sizzle reel. Yeah, Quinn, who will next be seen in Fantastic Four, A Quiet Place Day One, and the Gladiator sequel, and Katie Loves Him, stars in Relapse as Matt Cullen, who checks into rehab after witnessing a horrific death during a debauched party. 3 months later, he is set to get his life back together, staying at his parents' mansion in the Beverly Hills. But things have changed around Matt, and everything seems off balance, and things go wacky. It's essentially a kind of a horror movie, I guess. Hillary Clinton's longtime aide Homa Abedin is dating George Soros' billionaire Playboy son Alex.
You see what happens?
Yeah, the longtime
She was
aide
married
to Anthony Weiner. The longtime aide to Ms. Clinton appeared to take her romance public on Wednesday as she shared a photo of herself and Alex enjoying a Valentine's Day date at a restaurant in Paris. In the image, which was posted on Instagram by Homa and Alex, she's 47, by the way, he's 38, shows the pair cuddling up in a corner booth behind a table strewn with red roses and gifts, with the billionaire Playboy adding a Happy Valentine's Day message above their heads. How nice. The romance between the pair comes 7 years after Homa divorced her former husband, Anthony Weiner. She was married to him for 7 years. They had a kid together.
And he's gross.
The kid? No, Anthony.
No, Anthony.
Yeah. Make these things clear, Gina.
I'm sorry.
Her new boyfriend, Alex, is a playboy, apparently. He's known for throwing lavish parties and going to red carpet events.
Attracted to playboys.
Maybe. Tom Brady gushed about his 3 children being his Valentines on Valentine's Day over a year after he has gotten divorced from Gisele Bündchen. The former quarterback shared a series of photos of all 3 of his kids, Jack, Benjamin, and Vivian. Boy, they're grown up. Jack is 16, Benjamin 14, Vivian 11. I heart my forever Valentines, he captioned a photo of Jack and Ben wrapping their arms around each other while Vivian hugged Jack's waist. It's a cute family and a cute picture.
So my house Valentine's Day is been traditionally like a kid holiday because my husband and I, our anniversary is next week, and like that's the thing we celebrate.
Okay.
But so last night I I made my Valentine table. I have Valentine tablecloth and
course you do.
decorations, and they each got a little tiny gift bag with some candy in it and a card. And as the day goes on, Jonesy's like, oh, my boyfriend and I are going out to dinner and doing stuff. And then Muhammad's like, oh, I got to take flowers over to my girlfriend.
Thanks, Mom. See ya.
We had no Valentine. They were with their
Valentine.
They have reached the point in their life where they have Valentines, and that's who. So I think I've just had my last Valentine party.
I mean, my mom still sends me cards.
My wife really. I just said, well, I'll do some steaks and lobster tails, and we'll have a Valentine's dinner, and fine. So I was doing the steaks. She ended up doing the lobster tails and that, and then. And I thought that's all we're going to do. Yeah. But then she made these cookies, and I didn't see them until this morning. Giant heart cookies, and then apparently she and the kids decorated them up after I'd gone to bed.
Oh, fun!
And then I didn't realize. I think this was a gift for me that I was supposed to see last night, but I didn't notice it up in the bedroom area or the dressing room. But this morning, there's a new pair of pajamas for me there.
Oh, nice!
I've been wanting some nice pajamas, and so she got me a Valentine. Now I feel bad because I didn't get her anything.
Well, you could get her something just because.
Nah.
No.
Nah.
Doesn't have to be for Valentine's Day. Just
No. Nah.
Okay.
Let's see. We still have time here.
Just a few more minutes.
Infamous race faker and former NAACP chapter president Rachel Dolezal. You remember her?
Mm-hmm. I'm black. No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're
reportedly now working as a teacher at an Arizona elementary school, and while also potentially raking in thousands of dollars a month as a racy OnlyFans model. Photos posted online show Dolezal working with children at the Sunrise Drive Elementary School, where she's listed under her new name of Neki Diallo. Neki? N-K-E-C-H-I? Neki Diallo. Dave's burning up. as an after-school teacher. But the picture, I saw a picture of her also, how she's posing for her online. I don't know who'd pay to see much of that.
Not mine.
It's not, She's
trying.
She is trying. I'll give her that. And Robert Plant says he's struggling to write songs. I can't find the words.
You don't have to write them anymore.
I can't find the. I've got a Tascam digital recorder, and I sing, and I put the vocals through a guitar pedal, and then I record them, and it sounds great, but I can't find words.
Well, you don't have to. It's
I
all
know.
right. You've written enough.
The Dandy Warhols are. Oh, who cares? Rob Halford says the new Judas Priest song, "The Serpent and the King," will rip your head off. Dakota Johnson says, they changed the Madam Web script after I signed on to do it.
Don't try to. You are boring.
That's what my husband said. That's exactly what my husband said.
You are boring.
I think so. I heard her on that NPR game show. Wait, don't tell me. Boring.
She has one expression.
Yes.
Like visually, but even her voice has one expression. It's the same no matter what.
I think maybe she ought to try teaching school and going to OnlyFans as a model. Maybe that. All right, that's it.
All right. Do we need to mention any traffic? Are we good?
We'll do a little weather. We've got rain and or snow, depending on where you are. That should clear up by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Then you can see it come around again overnight tonight into tomorrow. 47 for a high today, and it's been that since I got in my car this morning. It's kind of weird that it just won't be any warmer than that. That's weather.
All right. We'll be back with more after these. KXRK Provo.
He works late a couple nights a week, and then I'm in charge of dinner.
That means Olive Garden.
Which is a laugh.
Which me in charge of dinner is never me making dinner.
It's Olive Garden.
You could learn. You're not stupid. You could learn. It's not. No, it's probably too late for you.
Listen, there are a limited number of recipes that you can do with meat and bread. And that's...
And my kids will tell you this story if you ever have them. What does your mom make you for dinner? And you know what they will tell you? Mac and milk.
Mac and milk?
Because a while ago I went to make mac and cheese for them.
We have people who work for the Division of Child and Family Services listening to this show. I'm not sure you want to tell this.
And because I don't eat mac and cheese, I don't think, really.
Mm-hmm.
So you boil the pasta, and then I measured out the milk.
This is for the boxed
Yeah, to put the
crap
powder in.
that any moron can do.
Yeah.
That at 8 years old
Yeah.
I was doing.
And I poured the milk into the noodles, and I put it on the table, and the kids, all three of them, sitting there, and they said, did you put the cheese?
Where's the cheese?
back in?
It's just powder. It's cheese powder. Where is it?
I forgot to put it in the milk and mix it up.
So you are stupid. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah.
It's impossible for you to learn to cook.
Yes.
You could do it.
But my husband does such a good job.
But
of it,
but that burden falls upon you to give succor to your family.
can have
to nourish
pizza twice a week.
Gina, to nourish and strengthen their bodies.
That doesn't hurt them to have pizza twice a week.
You're a disappointment. I'm surprised you snagged a husband.
I am too.
Well, everybody.
And he's such a good guy. He wouldn't divorce me now that he knows the truth.
Even though he was duped.
Yep.
This is now a pity marriage.
All the way.
I'm married.
I got him to marry me quickly.
Now I married you out of pity. I got to stick with you because you wouldn't survive.
.31, we are back with some guests in the studio.
We have been talking for a long time about Renaissance Ranch. And a couple of guys who work with Renaissance Ranch are here in the studio with us. It's Russ, who's the clinical director of Renaissance Ranch, and Creighton, who is the program director. So I think I kind of get what... Well, tell me what the clinical director does, Russ.
Of course, yeah. Oversee the clinical processes over at Renaissance Ranch and treatment of our guys. Of our
And
clients.
program director does what?
More so over, I guess, kind of the programming aspect, making sure that the program is running smoothly, guys are showing up to treatment, all the good stuff.
How many places does Renaissance Ranch have, locations?
We have along the Wasatch Front, we've got Sandy and Bluffdale locations. We also have one down in St. George. And then we have multiple locations up in Idaho.
Okay.
And you said the guys, because this is just a guy thing.
Now,
now let's talk.
We always speak to that.
Okay.
We always say in the ad, this that it's designed for male patients specifically. Why is that, and is that going to change?
So it has changed.
Okay.
We do have a women's center up in Idaho
Okay.
that opened in 2023.
Okay.
So we're so glad. We're so glad that resource is
Okay,
available.
good.
Absolutely.
And why was it male-centric specifically?
What the founders found, and Renaissance Ranch has been established since 2001.
Local people.
Yeah, local people, absolutely. What they found is there were specific issues, specific things as they pertain to addiction, that when we were gender specific in our treatment, that we had higher success rates with that. And so that's just our approach, and we're a little unique in that. We understand that. And we're also very grateful for the other approaches to addiction, as there's a lot of ways to treat it.
Yeah. We talk about, too, the importance of having inpatient and also residential, I guess, and outpatient services. Explain why that is important, outpatient particularly.
Yeah, I think so. Me and Russ both work at the outpatient facility in Sandy, and it's really important for that full continuum of care, right? So you get guys that go into treatment at our facilities is just males, so they get into treatment, they do 60 days residential, and it's a huge shift. You go from the safe bubble where they tell you when to go to bed and when to wake up and when to eat. And you get it into the real world and there's, it's a big shift. So they have the continued support. They have a safe place to go every night.
Is it typical that people start in residential with Renaissance Ranch and then go to, or do sometimes people just start with the outpatient?
I would say majority of our clients in outpatient come from our residential facility, but we do have direct admits.
And you guys accept insurance, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
We also say in the ads, talk about them, that it's important that a lot of people who are recovering addicts are now counselors and I think you find that no matter, I have found, like, psychologists that I've talked to, they say, "Oh man, I had this horrible life, a crazy background, and all that." And I finally, I was talking to a psychologist, and I thought, "Hey, I ought to be a psychologist." So counselors who are recovering addicts, they know the situation, they know what to do.
You bet.
How to deal with the patients.
You bet. And we're both cut from that cloth, Creighton and I. And for me, I think it's pretty powerful and profound when I get to find purpose in the suffering that I had previously to recovering, and we found that a huge asset. And all of our staff at Renaissance Ranch are in recovery themselves, and just the ability to watch one of our patients come in and see that darkness and that pain and that suffering that they are in inevitably. And to say, we've been there too.
Seems like...
Because a lot of times, their family members don't understand.
Absolutely.
Right.
Because they haven't been through it.
Sure.
Like, I'm sure you guys can understand them in ways the family can't because they haven't been there.
Gina, just to out you have said on the radio before, I don't understand how people get addicted. I just don't get that.
Yeah.
I don't understand
So it's
that at all.
important to be around people that do get it and they've gotten to the other side of it.
On the other hand,
Now,
understand it profoundly.
I've been told that you guys got an award.
Yeah, we've received Best in State multiple years, actually. Renaissance Ranch has, as a whole, not a specific center.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, right.
I think that's terrific. I met when we first started doing, and I can't remember the owners' names,
the Dixon family.
Dixon family.
Yeah.
Met with them right from the get-go, and I just thought that they were terrific people.
Sure.
Absolutely terrific, and really committed. They believe in what they're doing, and they're committed to what they're doing, and trying to get people who to face the addictions, and that's so hard to do. It's hard to admit it to yourself, isn't it? If it's you go, no, come on. I just like to have a little fun.
And that's a guy thing, isn't it? Isn't that part of the difference between
maybe
probably?
Yeah.
I'll bet you.
Like I can handle this. I got it.
I know how to
tough
do
guy.
This.
Yeah,
I know how to do this. I can manage it.
That's right. Yeah.
I think there may be something to that, Gina. Renaissance Ranch. You can just go to renaissanceranch.com. Find out more about it. If you're struggling, I would advise you to do that. I would have no hesitation in recommending a family member to you, and might do that in the future. I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll be there. We'll keep the lights on.
Russ and Creighton, thanks a lot. Renaissance Ranch, nice to meet you, and thanks for coming in.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Yeah.
All right, we got a couple more minutes. Billy, you said you had something that you wanted to talk about earlier.
Oh, did I? Okay, yeah, you guys can. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Thank you.
You asked if we had time for something.
Well.
Was it Valentine's that you already?
A little bit. I don't know if I want to tell that story. I've written this something that happened a couple of days ago, and I'm not sure I want to.
You're rethinking it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't have to.
But there's this. See this? I've seen this in the stores. It's called Simply Gum.
Is that a ginger root on the top of it?
Simply Gum, and I've seen it in the stores, and I thought, and then I read something about it somewhere, and I thought, well, what is this all about? Simply Gum. So is
it one of those things that's like 2 ingredients and that's all it is?
Yeah, it says
like that's their
we
thing,
don't use synthetic plastic in our gum base. Instead, we use tree sap called chicle, which is what chewing gum was originally invented. I don't know why I know this.
People would just chew on tree sap.
Yeah.
Great.
And it's a chicle, and that's remember Chiclets gum.
Oh, that's
where that name came from. And so they've gone back to using chicle only, and this is ingredients: raw cane sugar, natural chicle something, and that's about it. And ginger.
I think that's I think they do simply all kinds of things, and I think they try to just have. There are 3 ingredients in this, and that's it.
So then I open up the little package, and I like it. I like the little package. It's kind of cool because inside the gum is not wrapped up; it's just loose. But there are gum wrappers here, and it says for your discard.
Oh, smart.
So they include gum wrappers.
Oh.
But the only thing wrong with it just doesn't hold its flavor.
The artificial stuff, that's why it's in there. Just to keep
like the initial was kind of hard.
Yeah.
That's all right because it softens up really nicely. But it just
is it ginger flavored?
Yeah.
I like they're not mints, but I like the ginger. No, thank you. I actually despise gum in all forms.
You don't do gum at all?
I do mints and things like that.
This is chicle, though.
I don't like the chewing. I don't
Really?
like the consistency. It's always grossed me out. So I'm not one for it. But I do like those like little ginger candies that they have. I love those.
Yeah. Or ginger Altoids they have.
I mean, I did a podcast with you, and gingers love ginger, right?
Yeah, that's right. But so it's good for like maybe 3 minutes. Like I'm getting a pretty good ginger flavor, and it gets good consistency after you. But it just and I bought a pack of watermelon ones too, and I haven't tried those yet.
Yeah,
so, but
probably the same thing.
It's going to be the same thing. So. There you go.
Bill's disappointed in gum.
That's a
Simply gum. I need artificial flavoring. Come on.
Weather?
Rain, spotty sprinkles, and snow in places should all be tapering off by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. 47 for a high.
All right, we're going to take a break. We've got a song on the way, and then we'll come back to Crawl Towards the Exits. Bill, we've got Therapy Transformed.
Oh, yeah. Let me go there. I got to get the copy. I really like these people. It's all women therapists, and I've had some back and forth with them lately about a few things that I find them just very pleasant to talk to. And if you're, let me get rid of this gum. If you're suffering from gum chewing, but if you're suffering from mental health conditions, depression, anxiety, God, there's a lot of people in the world these days with anxiety and panic attacks. The people at Therapy Transformed, I think, may be for you. They provide a safe, empowering space for individuals. They're LGBTQIA plus affirming, all women. And if you are treatment-resistant, if you have treatment-resistant depression, they offer ketamine-assisted psychotherapy and mindful movement sessions and more. They have virtual and in-person mental health counseling options for individuals, relationships, and groups. So please, they're in Salt Lake, Wasatch, and Utah counties. Please get a hold of them. Just go to therapytransformed.com. So speaking of TV, I was feeling really down yesterday, and most of this week I felt just kind of down and out of it, and I thought I need some comfort from a TV show. Mm-hmm. And I thought, oh, damn, you know that Joe Pera show? Joe Pera Talks with You. The first season of that was soothing. It was so gentle and so nice. I thought, I wonder, and lo and behold, I didn't know, but there's now a second season of it available. Mm-hmm. So I sat down and I watched a couple of episodes. I cannot recommend this show highly enough. It's I think each episode is 15 minutes long, something like that. The first one, Joe Pera Talks with You about beans. Mm-hmm. And he builds a bean arch.
A bean arch?
So it's this, and he goes through it and how he does it, and he built this big wire frame that's an archway, and then he's planting beans at the bottom so that they'll climb up all over the archway.
A beanstalk? He's working on a beanstalk.
Gene, it's a bean arch. Specifically, Joe Pera, it's a bean arch. And he said, I don't know how tall I'll make it. Maybe I'll make it tall, just so the beans are dangling down and you can just barely reach them. It's just so comforting. And
You
so
feel better
sweet.
now
I
after
do.
watching? Okay.
It is so sweet. And I watched 2 of them. And I thought, no, I'm not going to watch anymore because I want to watch them. My wife was not around last night. She was off doing roller derby. And so I thought, I'm going to rewatch them. They're just, I can't recommend it highly enough. It's on Cartoon. Is this it?
Adult Swim is where I watch it.
Yeah, Adult Swim.
over there.
Mhm.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Joe. Please don't come over here.
Okay.
I'd invite you to join us, Joe. But as you know, each breakfast crew has a delicate balance. Each individual brings something unique to the table. And that makes for great conversation.
I understand.
Let me introduce you around to the boys. There's Jack, our political junkie.
Joe, did you know that 93% of Americans don't approve of murder?
Then there's Jeff, our sports guy.
I missed my son's graduation to watch the U.S. Open on TV.
Tim Rick, he's our Joe Pesci type ballbuster.
So, Joe, how old are you? Your face tells me you're 10, but your bald spot tells me you're 63. So what is it?
It's just that was from the first season, The Breakfast. Joe Pera talks to you about breakfast.
And where is this?
Adult Swim.
Adult Swim. Cartoon
And I
Network.
just find it. I just find it on demand, and it's great. It is a great show. Such a sweet, gentle, wonderful guy, Joe Pera.
It's a shame that we couldn't find a place for them before now, but I have learned that people mostly want to watch shows about people, so I tried to respect that. Someday, though, I'll make a program with only trees. Maybe even start my own network. Tree TV. No people, just trees.
That's Joe.
Maybe every now and then we'd show an NBA game, but that's it.
That's it.
I can't be the only one who'd prefer to watch Old Chico, a 9,000-year-old spruce, after reading the news. The downside is that my network won't provide much opportunity for human actors. But as we reassess what is essential, I wonder if actors are. Well, there are definitely 2. Ed Harris and Elizabeth Hurley. Last week, I watched Austin Powers for the first time in 10 years, and it holds up very well. A complete send-up of spy films, and one of the things that makes me laugh most. And Elizabeth Hurley is the perfect straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also, she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
It's true.
It was distressing to me and made dating hard for a long time.
Dating hard.
Not the robot part. Just imagine falling for someone who then tried to kill you.
You know.
But instead of going down that path,
It's,
why don't I give you?
He has a girlfriend in this second season now. He's a school teacher, a middle school teacher, choir and band. I think is what he teaches, the choir.
So is this like voiceover, just scenery, or do you see him
Well,
talk?
This
He's
is.
just-
Oh. This one is. This is an Adult Swim special called "Relaxing Old Footage" with Joe Pera.
Yeah, that's.
And it's just stock footage of forests
Yeah.
and things like that with him talking. He is a stand-up. That is a character. I hate to break it to you, Bill.
Yeah. No, and I've seen him do some stand-up, and he does his stand-up as that same character.
He does the character.
But he has all of these wonderful non-actor actors in Joe Pera Talks with You, like those people in the
Every year
Breakfast
on
Club.
Valentine's Day, a lot of people will wear red to be festive. but I instead wear black out of respect for all the ladies' hearts I've broken with this smile.
This is stand up.
Anyway,
And you'll love it. He's just it's slow and soothing and really funny.
Yep.
My middle school anthem. Loser by Beck, getting us into 9:49.
Do you have an intro for this? An email of interest?
An email of interest.
I guess we should say email of interest.
Email of interest.
This came quite some time ago, January 31st.
That was my birthday.
Please don't use my name on the air. I don't believe I read this. Many moons, upward of 20 years ago, I saw the lovely Gina Barberi on 2 News morning show. This is from a woman, by the way.
Okay.
Because at the time, listeners were allowed to email you 3 directly. Well, I think you still
Sure
are.
can, yeah.
I immediately hopped on my AOL account and fired off a message to Gina. What I wanted to do is pay you a compliment, as I thought she was absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
That's you were doing some fill-in work or something, weren't you?
I've done a few things for Channel 2 over the years, yeah.
By the way, you still are, Gina.
Oh, thank
This person goes on to say. Well, because I was very bad with words, I realize now, after learning the phrase, that what I wrote probably read like I was saying you had a face for radio. This was not what my...
Wait a minute. This has been bothering you for... What year did she say
20
that?
years.
20
Wow.
years.
This was not my intent, and I am just so sorry.
Oh, my goodness.
I know this is a weird thing to bring up after so long, but I have an eidetic memory. That means photographic memory almost. And social anxiety, and I'm just not allowed to forget it when I screw up.
Oh.
Again, I am just so sorry, Gina. And I'm sorry that it took me this long to realize that I screwed up. If I'm ever able to come to an X96 function, I will be sure to bring you some very fresh French fries as an apology gift. Thanks for letting me listen in 4 decades.
I feel badly that this has been bothering you for 20 years.
Well, if I forward this to you, will you respond?
Yes, I will.
Right.
That's very nice.
And I had another quick little one. This was, I think you were gone, Gina, when we had this email come in. Yeah, Nick was here. And it came to us and says, I don't always get to listen to the whole show, but I do podcast it. I've always appreciated your humor. I started listening to X96 back in 1993 on the radio in my parents' kitchen in Spanish Fork. Now, 30 years on, I am listening to your show on the same radio in my parents' kitchen. My mother has dementia, and my siblings and I have been taking care of her. It's always made my morning better to have a laugh and listen to the show. Thank you for your humor. I can't thank you enough, David. And so we talked about that, and I sent him a response. David, thanks for a lovely letter. Nick wants to know what brand of radio is the one that's still around after 30 years. Well, he sent me a picture of it. It's one of those under-the-counter mounted radios.
Oh, I remember those.
Yeah, he says, thanks for reading on the radio. It was quite emotional to hear you read it. I happen to be at my mother's home today to hear you reading that letter.
Oh, that's nice.
Tell Nick it's a GE radio that's been used for more than 30 years. Thanks for making my week.
That's a
David.
good radio.
Yeah, I was going to say that's impressive.
And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, God, lucky guy. I like that radio. I'd like to have that.
I think we used to have one of those mounted under the...
It says there's a display selection and an appliance outlet on it. So there's like you can plug something into it. Anyway, it looks really cool. AM, FM band, GE radio. I miss. I always had table radios.
Sure.
And actually, I have one that I bought a few.
Do you ever listen to it that way, though?
No, I don't. I've lost the cord, and it can use batteries, but I don't have any in it. I think I'm gonna have to start it up again.
Yeah.
It's a
Like when you're cooking dinner and I know you like to listen to podcasts and stuff, but maybe you should have the radio, listen to the radio in your kitchen.
I always loved the vintage radios, just the simple tabletop ones. I thought they were so cool. And then they came all modernized, and I feel like they lost their character.
I have a whole collection of them. A lot of them are wooden and
Oh,
plastic,
sweet.
and
Yeah.
they're on a shelf at my house.
That's really cool. I always wanted to do that, but then I couldn't afford any of the radios.
I've told you this story before. My dad, Tom Barberi,
radio
legend Tom Barberi, one of his wives liked the Fisher and Todd show.
He was a polygamist then.
They prefer on opposite.
Oh, I see.
My dad's morning show. She preferred the Fisher and Todd show.
She didn't want to listen to his show.
Yeah. And so she had a radio in the kitchen, and when she would, be cooking or whatever in the kitchen, she'd listen to Fisher and Todd, but she would always hurry up and change it back so that when he came home, it looked like. And one time she didn't do that, and he turned it on. He's like, "What were you listening to?" She's like, "Well, I like them." He broke the knob of the radio so you could only listen to his station.
And they were divorced. How much?
I think a year or two after that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That was one of the ones in the middle. It's hard to keep track of.
How many were there?
4.
4 wives.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did he ever marry the same one twice?
No.
Okay.
Daddy Gary did that though.
Oh yeah,
My stepdad.
Your stepdad.
Yeah, he married and his first and second wife were the same person.
Yeah.
And she's friends with my mom, and so they'll go do things, and they'll say, "I'm the first and second wife," and she's the third wife.
I just think of the Ex-Wives Club. I love that movie.
Yeah, I had a guy I knew for many years. He married the same person twice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my wife's father.
So it's not like
married the same person twice.
It's not a wedding renewal. It's
No,
they
it's like-
divorced
yeah.
and then they got remarried.
Yeah.
That seems like a waste of money.
Because you get divorced, and then you go, and then you meet them up with them again and go, "Oh, wait a minute, I remember why I fell in love with you." And a little while later, you're like, "Oh, wait a minute, I remember why I got divorced."
I'm out of this.
And I am betting that the second marriage doesn't last nearly as long as the first.
No, it's like, "Oh, right, we should not have done
why
this."
did we do that? All right.
Well, shall we do the promo and crawl to the exit?
Okay. On tomorrow's Radio from Hell show, it's Have Another Drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy. He'll be here starting at 7:45, and he'll be here to take your booze questions, too.
Will he have suggestions for what to drink on President's Day?
Oh, hi, Katie. Welcome to the promo.
Happy to be here.
Hope you're all happy to be here. Friday morning on X96.
Awesome. Oh, well, as Carrie would say, I can't do the hand thing. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Butterscotch schnapps. Butterscotch schnapps.
So hard. Artie Fufkin is next.